blank slide.
So you're sick. Yes. I just you have 10 years. That's one of my questions. It's going to be a translation or they all?
Bom dia, Lena. Que língua? Inglês ou português?
Vizinhos americanos, talvez inglês. Você pode conversar.
Ok. Good morning, everybody. I was asked to speak both English and Portuguese at the same time. I still do not have this magic power. So the meeting today is crucial one, not only for Brazil, but every country, since it looks at the future through a good education. And that means going through science and mathematics. We put mathematics in science, but every time I see the Americans, I have to add. But this is a crucial issue for the future of every country. In fact, I guess you are aware that children can learn mathematics and language even before 5. And the examples are abound. And this is nowadays a fact that is absolutely proven and should be spread. So we need science and language, of course, since very early age. And for the society, it's very important a meeting like that. We hope you work very well these days. And I want to thank BG for stimulating this activity. Also the foreign guests that the Academy is welcoming today, and all of you. So I now call you. It's a pleasure.
Okay. Hello. Good morning, everyone. For us, for BG Brasil, it's a pleasure to have all you here. And I'd like to thank the Brazilian Academy of Science for the organization of this seminar, which we believe that is very important for the discussion of the science education in Brazil and all around the world. So BG is a partner of Brazilian Academy of Science, and our main objective is to support initiatives that will improve the quality of the science education in Brazil. We are not the main actors of this discussion, but we believe that our role is to sponsor, is to support experts and organizations that are responsible for this change, the change of the science education in Brazil. So we are really very happy to participate of this seminar, and I really want to thank the Brazilian Academy for organizing this seminar. So I hope you have a great seminar this morning. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to add a little word, is that the Academy considers education as a crucial issue at all levels. I mentioned especially the kind of scientific touch that is necessary in the mainstream of education. But in fact, education in general is one of the themes that the Academy of Science treats with much care all the time, at all levels. Okay, so Marcos.
We have to change the order of the speakers due to flight schedules of a few of the participants. So I would invite Professor Andrew Belsoff to be our first speaker. He'll be talking about how cultural stereotypes about STEM influence our children. So Professor Andrew, you have the floor. Yeah, thank you. Like this.
Is there a plug to put power? That's great. Thank you very much. Well, hope everybody can hear me. Yes, I'm happy to be here today. There was an excellent conference yesterday at your conference center. There's an international brain conference occurring here in Rio de Janeiro, and many people are flying in. We were there to talk to that conference about brain, and I was very happy, as all the other speakers are here today, to come to this group, to speak to this group. Of course, it's a very wonderful hall, and we're privileged to be here. What we would like to speak about today is STEM. I hope it translates in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And there'll be many speakers talking about different perspectives on that. Some people are designing treatment programs or interventions to help Latin American children, and you'll hear about that in the next speaker. And others in other sessions are talking about other aspects of STEM. My own work relates to stereotypes, that is, the beliefs we have in our minds about who does STEM disciplines. And you probably understand from your culture, as in many cultures in the world, there are stereotypes, academic stereotypes about who participates in STEM. In America, there is a stereotype that STEM is more of a male-dominated academic field. I know from the literature that in many countries in Europe and in Latin America, that same stereotype is held. So I do not think I am only speaking about America when I talk about this. STEM disciplines and how to promote STEM is very important in the United States, and there was a recent report to the President of the United States about K through 12 education and how to get our children more interested in STEM. Another book that is from the National Academy of Sciences in the United States, and it's a very, very interesting book. If people here are interested in STEM, I urge you to try to get this. It was done by among the most renowned physicists, mathematicians, chemists, biologists in America gathered together, and they had 2 volumes. One was about rising above the gathering storm. They wrote a book about this several years ago, 5 years ago. And this was a reissue or update of the book. So they called it Rising Above the Gathering Storm Revisited. They're coming back to it. And in talking about hurricanes, they said it's rapidly approaching Category 5, which was uncharacteristically dramatic for these STEM sciences from the American National Academy of Sciences. They are saying that in America, and there are many statements worldwide, that it is becoming extremely important about bringing our children into STEM disciplines and how to encourage STEM education. So this book is I think, very important. Now, this was modern book in the last 2 years. To go back 2,500 years, we will go to Plato, who also said that children are important and education is important. What will their education be? You know, don't you? The beginning of any process is the most important, especially for anything young and tender. It is at that time that it is most malleable and takes on any pattern one wishes to impress on it. So Plato, of all people, and you know Plato's philosophy about built-in ideas, Plato, of all people, was saying that children can be impressed by the culture, the family. They did not have formal education in schools in the same way. that the family and the culture dramatically impresses upon the young. And we think that it dramatically impresses about STEM disciplines. So where do children spend their time? There is a study done in the United States, and again, it is similar in Brazil, that only about 18.5% of the awake time while the children are kindergarten through 12th grade is spent in what is called formal education in school, and 81.5% of the time is spent in other aspects of life, at home or playing or in clubs and sports. That is important because there is so much learning that occurs in what is called informal environments, not only in formal environments. We at my university did a little study of this, of how much time we across the lifespan are learning in formal environments are in gold, and informal learning environments are in blue. So formal is school, informal is learning in the rest of life. And as you can see, there is a sea of blue. Children and even adults, when there is retraining on the job out here, are spending much more time learning in informal environments than in formal. And of course, in 0 to K, all of the time is spent in informal environments. So we in America are becoming very interested in how to coordinate learning in informal and formal environments. Children are learning about STEM online, older children, not babies, but older children, are learning about STEM online in clubs with their friends, and they get very, very passionate and interested in the science, sometimes misinformed science, but the science that comes over the internet or in clubs or going to science museums and learning about dinosaurs. Children can become very passionate about science in informal environments, and sometimes in formal environments they're very bored in school and not interested. And parents often see their child in, again, to speak it about America, a famous sort of common event is that boys will be very interested in sports scores, what the percentage of time a person can hit a basket shot or hit in baseball, what their percentage is, and they calculate percentages at home. But when the mother sees the report from school, it says that the boy cannot do mathematics. And so people are very interested about why children can be so interested in their learning in informal environments. Well, it turns out that the human brain and human beings are very interested in learning from other people. And the brain is actually built early on. Obviously, as adults, we get past this imitation and we begin to innovate. And we do not just learn with our bodies, we learn by symbolic notation later in development. But early in development, this learning from your mother and father, from your brothers and sisters, from people who surround you, including imitating the actions they do, and play is the foundation, we think, for later symbolic reasoning and STEM disciplines. So I want you to keep in mind as I talk today that the human being is a very social species to begin with, and we believe that a way of solving Plato's problem, how to help the child when they're malleable, is to make STEM disciplines embedded in a social and even playful environment early on. I am not denying symbolic representations late that need not be playful and social, but early on it is important. And I want to talk now about academic stereotypes in culture and how they influence our children, and look a little more deeply at that. It is embedded in this idea that the human being is a social creature and so is very attentive to the stereotypes in the culture. Those are social messages that begin to affect the children. And I want to look at the stereotype that boys do math and girls do reading, which is a very strong stereotype in America. I just will blame my country. It happens, before I came here, I studied very hard the stereotypes in Brazil, and you have them too, I know. But I will speak only about my country at the moment. It's very strong. If you ask adults, math, reading, who goes with what? Males go with mathematics, computer science, engineering, females in literature. But we see this reflected. This is my own department of psychology at the University of Washington. Here are the males in the department, and there are 46% female in psychology, but within the Department of Mathematics, there are only 14% females in my own department. But my department is not special or unique. At Stanford University in psychology, the tenured faculty are 29% female, and in mathematics, it's only 3%. Harvard and MIT is even lower than 3%. There's not very many percent. I will not tell you what they are, but very few female tenure faculty in mathematics. So where does that come from? Why is that the case? There obviously are many debates about that. Some people, Larry Summers, who used to be president of Harvard, you might be very aware, he was ex-president of Harvard because he made some claims about it being a difference in innate aptitude between men and women. There is also the possibility of it being cultural influence, and this is a big debate within psychology and psychological development. And what I want to talk with you about today are some studies that show that the environment or culture plays a role. This is not to dismiss biological differences at all. Obviously, as a scientist, we're very interested in biological influences, but I would like to speak to you today about cultural influences on our young children, and especially our young girls as they grow up, because we have some interesting data related to that. So there are two differentiable issues that we want to think about. One is what's called the recruitment issue, and the other one is the retention issue. I will speak about recruitment today. Recruitment means how do we get our young children interested in STEM disciplines, and especially how do we get underrepresented minorities, and here I will speak about women interested in STEM disciplines. Retention is the issue of when people are in a discipline, how do we keep them in the discipline, okay? Those are different issues. There's issues about females having babies and that changing career trajectories. Those are retention issues. But recruitment are in elementary school, in high school. There are not enough women who are being drawn into the field of computer science, engineering, mathematics, and I think we can change that. So, as I said, most Americans have this stereotype that math goes with male, and we did some research about this with children. In order to understand the research that I'm going to speak with you about, I need to make some conceptual distinctions that I want to draw. Here are three categories, and the relation between self, and I will use boy, I could use girl down there, but self and boy, psychologists, in my research, we call this gender identity. The relation between boy and mathematics, we call a stereotype. It's between a social category and an academic discipline. These have no necessary connection, and it's a cultural stereotype that links them. The connection between self and math, as psychologists, we call a self-concept. I am a mathematician. I am a physicist. I am an athlete. We call that part of our self-concept. in developmental psychology, child development, if you do not differentiate these terms, everybody gets in large arguments and it gets confused, okay? But if you keep these terms straight, it's easy to do some research on it. We did research, and we found a developmental trajectory. I don't want to go into the full details of the research. I will only say it was research like what I will illustrate here. If you test kids in first grade or second grade and you have two buckets that you tell them to sort things in, and you say this is the female bucket, you put things that go with female here and things that go with male here, and then you give them academic labels or subjects or small things to sort, you find out the following data. You give to a second grade girl or boy, we'll take a girl, a book. This is the girl pile, the boy pile. They look at book, look back and forth, put it in girl pile. Letter, girl. Number, boy. Graph, boy. Addition, boy. Abacus, boy. Computer, boy. We did this research with 250 children, and we found that 85% of the young girls by second grade had a big stereotype that math goes with boys and not girls. And this is a big problem because two reasons. One, the girls are doing just as well in numeracy, pre-mathematics, in second grade as the boys do. By all standardized tests, by all teacher grades, the girls are doing just as well. But their self-concept is, and their stereotype is, that girls don't do mathematics. The other thing that's important about this is that it's second grade, and in America, they only begin to learn their multiplication tables in school, 3 times 3 is 9, in third grade. So here, before they have begun to be learning mathematics like multiplication or long division, which comes later, decimals, even before that, they have caught the cultural stereotype, not the truth, but the cultural stereotype that math is for boys. And if psychologists have discovered anything since Plato, it is that the expectations that people have about themselves and what they can do deeply, deeply influences their aspirations and hope for the future, their interests, their motivation, and where they spend time. So I am very concerned that the culture has a stereotype that math goes with boys, and that our children are catching that stereotype. And we as psychologists can now begin to document when that stereotype is caught and what the consequence of that is. So back to this developmental timeline, what we found and other people have found as well is that gender identity, I am a girl, is something that is known to preschool children or even in late infancy. But our discovery is that about 7 years of age, girls and boys catch this stereotype that girls don't do math. That's out in the culture. And then we found by third grade, a little bit later, girls began to internalize it to a self-concept. I don't do math. And then we found a little evidence a little later than that they closed down their aspirations or dreams of what they can be when they're an adult, when they get older. Okay, they don't think they can be a computer scientist or an engineer or a mathematician. They don't think that, even though their grades in school may be the same as the boys. If you equate for mathematics grades and you ask a boy if you can be a computer scientist or a mathematician, or a girl if they can be a computer science and mathematicians, and they both get A's in class, the boy answers differently than the girls on average. And that is not a good thing. So we want to change it to be girls do math, I do math, and I can open up my aspirations, and we need techniques for doing this. So I want to go back and talk a little bit about the developmental mechanism because it informs our interventions of how we can change things. This idea is that early in development, the first part of this triangle that develops in the child's mind, this is an empirical fact, it did not have to be this way, but it is the developmental fact, is I am a girl, I am a boy. It's a very early development. The next thing that develops is the cultural stereotype, girls do not equal mathematics. And the mind seems to strive for what we call cognitive consistency, given the two ideas, I am a girl, and in this culture, when I look out there, girls don't do mathematics, the mind seems to draw the inference that I don't do mathematics. It becomes internalized because there's a lot of evidence from psychology that if you give the mind two parts of a problem where the third part will provide a logical closure, the mind draws that inference. In this case, it's an inference about the self. I should not do mathematics. I don't do mathematics. And girls who are very good in mathematics, and clearly there are many who are good in mathematics, if you interview them, are struggling with the idea that they don't belong in mathematics. They're good at it, but girls don't typically do this domain, and we'll come back to this. So they draw the inference, me equals girl, girls don't equal math, therefore me does not equal math. And this has big implications for development. So I want to speak now about a different domain, which is computer science, obviously closely related mathematics, but different. And I want to talk about a practical application. Not all STEM disciplines are the same. These are the data of the percentage of undergraduates in the United States who get degrees in different topics. Biology and chemistry obviously are STEM disciplines, and the females in the United States are doing fine. They weren't always doing fine. If you look back here, for those of you who can remember way back the ancient time of 1975, I will not go back to 1950. The arguments here were girls don't do STEM. After all, 70% of people doing biology were males. But society has changed, and now suddenly we can conclude girls can do STEM, girls can do biology. Back here, girls cannot do chemistry. Now girls can do chemistry. But computer science and mathematics have lagged behind this. Computer science more than mathematics. Computer science, less than 20% of the degrees are there. So we can look at these curves and we can draw one of two conclusions. Girls cannot do computer science, or maybe it's something in the culture that's influencing. So we have been studying this and wrote a paper here just a few weeks ago that's called Cultural Stereotypes as Gatekeepers, Increasing Girls' Interest in Computer Science and Engineering by Diversifying Stereotypes. And I'll talk about what that means. But we are thinking of culture stereotypes as acting as a gate of who chooses to join a discipline. There are two classes of stereotypes that we found in the minds of people, high school students that we studied in this paper. One is a stereotype about ability, that is, that girls do not have the ability to do computer science. That's one sort of stereotype. And then there's other stereotypes that are about the people who do computer science, the kind of work that is computer science, and the values of computer scientists. So this is something about the culture of computer science. And both of these together influences girls' choices and interest in joining the field. So we all know what this stereotype is. That one is just the statement that girls do not have the aptitude to code. As they used to say that girls cannot be mathematicians, the mind of girls are different. These stereotypes are really different. This is the stereotype of who is a computer scientist. And we asked little girls and boys, fourth grade girls and boys, to draw a picture of a poet, draw a picture of a biologist, draw a picture of a computer scientist. And the pictures of poets are very diverse. The pictures of biologists are very diverse. But the pictures of computer scientists are very narrow. There is a stereotype of computer scientists, and they all look like Bill Gates. They have glasses, they're thin, they're kind of what we call geeky or nerds, and that is what a computer scientist is. And the girls do not want to be a geek, okay? The boys think being geek is fine. Now it turns out that those are stereotypes too. While it is true that Bill Gates is kind of a geek, he lives in my city, so I can say that. But not every computer scientist, as you know. Computer science is a very broad discipline. There are people in computer science and working with computers that you know, are musicians and play instruments and are very, very many ways and many instances of different than the narrow stereotype. So we believe that you can begin to change things about these stereotypes for the children about who does computer science and what the discipline of computer science is, and potentially draw more children into it. So there are two things that we think are important for interventions. One is early experiences in play, and the other one I'll talk about. But early experience in play is that for children very young, boys are getting exposed to robots more readily than girls are. Boys are getting exposed to coding more earlier in development and being praised for it more than females are. And we think we need to change that early play. But we're also interested in changing later in development this feeling of belonging, that because of the first stereotype of who does computer science and the environment that computer science happens in, many girls feel that they do not belong in that environment. We did one simple test with high school students. We asked them, we told them, here are two teachers teaching a computer science class that you can take. And we introduced the teachers. They were identical teachers. We told them about the core syllabus. It was identical core syllabus. And then we said, we want to show you the room that this computer science class will take place in. And one of them that we showed them pictures of a stereotyped room for computer science. It had Star Trek posters on the wall. It had a bust of Dr. Spock on the desk. It had computer parts on the floor. And the other one was identical pictures, but we replaced it, identical room. We replaced it with nature pictures and a plant and some water bottles instead of Dr. Spock bust. Same classroom, but decorated differently. Same teacher, same syllabus we went over with them. Same average grade we said that students got in the class. And then with psychology measures, we measured girls' and boys' interest, and we found out in high school girls that there was significantly higher choice of entering the computer science class if we said the classroom looked like this, then looked like this. There was more interest, more statement that I would like the people, I would like my fellow classmates in this class, but I would really not like the people who would take this class. Their expectancy of the grade they would receive in the class, which turns out to be very highly predictive of the grade you do receive, how hard you will work, was different in this class than this class. So we've written a variety of articles about this. The important point that I wanted to make is that the physical environment itself can convey stereotypes of who does this discipline. And so advisors in high school and teachers should be careful of what classrooms look like, what they have in the wall, what the environment looks like. It changes children's attitudes. So what are we interested in doing next? We're interested in exploring where these stereotypes come from that are so powerful. Do they come from the parents? Do they come from peers, teachers in school, media, from general messages? We're beginning to look at that. We're very interested in looking at individual differences because of course, some females excel in mathematics. They may have different role models. Their fathers may have treated them differently. So we are interested in what makes for these individual differences. And we want to design interventions or changes. And what the next speaker will talk about some brilliant interventions that he's doing here in Latin America. These are not informed by what I'm speaking about today, but he has come up with interventions that really help children in Latin America. In the United States, we're interested in starting very, very early about changing girls' stereotypes and self-concepts, and we have some ways that pilot studies are indicating are successful. And we want to explore a wider range of cultures to try to understand the stereotypes in those in different cultures. In order to do that, we've begun work both in Singapore and in Madrid. It just so happens that the Singaporean Ministry of Education was very interested in our work, and the education minister from Madrid visited our institute at the University of Washington. And Madrid, because they're a member of OECD, and they want to raise their scores, their math scores on the international tests, heard we were doing these interventions about stereotypes and came to our institute, and they're allowing us to go to Madrid and test several thousand children where we randomly assign to one intervention or another, and we're excited about that. The reason Singapore was interested, and they invited us too, is Singapore traditionally, and for the last decade, has scored in the top 3 countries in the world in mathematics. They're excellent in mathematics. The average scores are quite high. As it turns out, we believe that math is not intrinsically done by males, not females, because in Singapore, the scores for girls are higher than the scores for boys. It's interesting. So Singaporean scores are up very high, American scores are low. In American, girls do worse than boys. In Singapore, girls do a little bit better than boys. But Singapore is very competitive with China and Hong Kong, and Singapore is sometimes 1 and sometimes 3 in the world, and they want to make their children score better. However, there are no more hours in the day that they can do tutoring because their children are tutored in mathematics all the time and very, very anxious about it. So they asked us to come and look at the individual differences that they have, where some of the children are not identifying with mathematics and don't want to do mathematics and get anxious about mathematics. So the point is there's some non-academic skills about self-concepts and stereotypes that we can influence. So we're doing this work in 2 different countries. Now I want to switch totally in the remaining time that I have to talk about something else that's related to STEM success. And that has to do with what what psychologists call executive functions. Executive functions here is about food, but it's the ability to close out distractions, focus in on what you want to focus in on, and some cognitive flexibility to switch from a habitual response to an innovative response with flexibility. That sort of flexible thinking, which is called executive function, is important for STEM disciplines. And it turns out that psychologists can get very early measures of executive function. And I want to just show you 2 different ways of measuring and testing executive function. One part of executive function is really about delay of gratification. It's about the ability to forego short-term rewards for longer-term rewards, okay? Delay of gratification. And we do this with children, measuring individual differences by putting an object that they really want, they have high desire for, inside a box, and we show the child we're wrapping it up in a box, and then because we're psychologists, we say, oh, I forgot the wrapping paper. I'm so sorry. I will be right back. I have to go get the wrapping paper. Don't touch the box. If you touch the box, you cannot have the present. And we film the child when we're gone. And I want to show you the individual differences that we sometimes see. Here is a 5-year-old boy who succeeded on this delay of gratification test in a movie I was showed, 10 seconds, very well. And he did it by singing a song to himself to distract himself. In English, you'll hear him sing, I am waiting, and he waited for 10 minutes, but I will only show you 10 seconds.
I'm waiting, I'm waiting, I'm waiting, I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Good executive control. We're very interested in his brain. Girls faced with this problem solve this problem a little differently. Ten minutes. So we're psychologists. We're very interested in this executive function, which turns out for a variety of reasons to be important for STEM disciplines. Not just delay of gratification, working on hard problems that may take you a while to succeed on, that ability, but also flexibility of switching from one solution to a more novel solution. And here it turns out, this is a complicated story, just making it brief, it turns out that bilingualism for young children is good for boosting executive function, for cognitive flexibility. Bilingualism, learning 2 languages, is good for that. That does not make people who are bilingual have a higher IQ than others, but there are tests for cognitive flexibility specifically. Working on a problem and working in the old way, being able to invent something new, and bilinguals are better at cognitive flexibility tasks. And we think we know why. I'll show you children in a moment. I just cannot resist kind of giving you the reason of why. It turns out that when you're a young child, if you learn 2 names for things, that your grandmother calls this by an Italian word and your mother calls it by a Portuguese word, that the children have to know who they're speaking to and switch in their mind to use this symbol for representing the same object versus that symbol. And if you're bilingual, you're switching back and forth between what word you use for the same object in English or Portuguese or 2 different languages. And that is practice every day for the brain being flexible. So we did in our institute some interesting studies with bilingual children, and I want to show you a little American monolingual, only New English, and show you how we test cognitive flexibility, that STEM ability for flexible thinking early on. So the way we do it is we have this toy that the child wants, and we put it in a box, and one of the sides of this box is open, so the child sees the toy put in there and they can get it. And I will show you this. It's a hard STEM problem, spatial problem. She gets it. Now what we do is we turn around, we do this 5 times, the child reaches in one side, then we turn it around so the child has to break the habitual thought and come up with the novel solution. It's only a 10-month-old baby, so not very novel, but it has to be novel. This is a monolingual child. She does the old solution. Old solution. Old solution. Not very flexible. Now I want to show you a child who speaks Spanish and English, as it turns out, who's a bilingual child. Oops, I showed the same thing. Sorry, the next movie. Here's the bilingual child. She tries going through the front like all children do. Then she gets the toy, and now we do the critical test. We turn it around. Oh. And she gets it. Now she still uses her same hand, but interesting. And the data are, we obviously have tested 100 children, counterbalance side, we do many things. The ability for the bilingual children to change from a habitual solution to a novel solution is increased. So this is relevant to early education because some people think in America, in any case, I'm sure not here in Brazil, in America there's a tendency to wonder if we should teach the children one language or two. People in America sometimes think two languages will be confusing for children. Our science is showing that being bilingual is actually helpful for cognitive flexibility, and that's a useful thing for us to talk to policymakers about. And so the thing I want to try to emphasize is that brain science is beginning to look inside the mind of the children and making discoveries about what's happening in school-age children, and even in babies. We are able to look at what's happening in the brain as they develop understanding of numeracy early on and cognitive flexibility early on. We're doing all this so we can help children later in life. And I was author of this paper in Science that's called The Foundations for a New Science of Learning, that talks about much of the research that I talked about here today. And the point of this paper was to say, to make a new science of learning, we want to bring together at least 4 disciplines: psychology, behavioral test, neuroscience to look at the brain, computer science and robotics and algorithms for understanding what's happening in the brain are relevant, and education. And all too often these disciplines have been separated, but in order to develop a science of learning that tells us how to powerfully educate our children, we have to combine these disciplines with education. And this is a circle of people who need to work together. Researchers need to work with people in the school system, need to work with people in government and establishing public policy, and private foundations. Often these parts of society are segmented, and the government makes up rules for education that has nothing to do with the research base, and that's not a very good thing. Or the researchers are doing research, but they've never talked to a teacher about how to educate our children in school. And the next speakers here will talk about how to get research innovations out to the real world will affect schools. So we think that this is important, and in our institute, in the last few slides I will click through quickly here, we're interested in the complicated path from science to practice. And part of what we do, what I do, what other researchers at our university are doing, are trying to go to places that have big coverage. Like there was in American television, there's an event that happens in September that's a week called Education Nation that happens on television on a special public broadcasting station. And scientists can give lectures about the science of learning and brain development. And we participate in those. Their broad interest in what you are presently right here having this symposium about how to take science and affect education. I was privileged to go to the Vatican that had a meeting about this, and a book came out that many of us contributed called Human Neuroplasticity in Education. And so we can talk later about how the Vatican got interested in brain science and education, but there was deep interest in that. OECD and UNESCO are very interested and have brought scientists together to talk about the science of learning and how that affects education. There were meetings in 2012 and 2014, and I think OECD and UNESCO were represented in this meeting that was right here in Rio de Janeiro in 2015. The same people came together. So it was a very good meeting. And of course, we go to Washington, D.C. to talk in our own country about that. And so that's all the time I have, but I would just like to say that bringing together the science of learning and the practice of learning is something that people all over the world are interested in doing. It's bringing together psychology and behavior and neuroscience, what's happening in the brain, and then some applications, what's called in your field and mine, I'm sure, translational science, trying to bring research from the laboratory out to the real world to make a difference. And for psychologists, going out to the real world to make a difference is not the same as in medicine, or if you're in physics, working on, you know, astronomy. Our real world application is education. So the link for us for translational science is between the brain science, the science of learning, and education. And the next speakers, the three speakers you will hear from, are making very profound influences and profound advances in how to take the science of learning and get it out to the real world to help children. So I wanted to lay the groundwork of that in the first talk, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Melsa, for this very interesting talk. Let me invite Professor Alejandro Maiche. You have to connect this.
No. I will need the audio and pointers because I'm going to be stand up. I think you can. Okay, that's perfect. And I think everybody could hear me if I speak louder. It's right. Okay, it works. I don't know. Let's try the other one. Yes.
Everybody was listening. You can talk like this. What? I talk without. You're clever. Is it okay or no? Do you prefer mine? You prefer mine. Okay. I don't like to use mine. What is the mic?
Okay. Well, first of all, thanks to the organizer for inviting me. I have to prevent before to start about two things. First of all, about my English. So, as you know, I'm from Uruguay and my English is not so good. So be aware of that, okay? And please interrupt me if I make some mistakes. That for sure I will make. The second thing is that for a tech problem, I received the information about this seminar just 2 days ago, and also I have my flight in 1 hour. I have to be in the airport in 1 hour. So all of these things makes me change the presentation 3 times, and 1 time more when Andrew pushed me to present the data that I already present, some part of the data that I already present in the seminar that we have been the last 2 days. So please be patient with me because maybe there are some mess in the presentation and all that stuff. Anyway, what I would like to present here is part of the work that we are doing in Uruguay through the Plan Ceibal. That is something that I'm going to present now. My talk would have mainly 3 parts. In the first part, I will present Plan Ceibal, which is a very interesting initiative that we have in Uruguay, the One Laptop Per Child program, implemented 100%. Also, I have to introduce you in a concept that maybe many of you knows, but maybe some others not. That is approximate number system. It's a concept that we are using to train children in something that it seems to prepare them to learn math. So I have to tell some things about it just to understand the intervention. That is the second part of my talk. I will present an intervention with tablets and 500 children that we made in 2013, and some of the results that we are obtaining from this intervention. And in the last part, I'm not going to present the other study that I presented in the seminar that we performed in 2014, but I will tell you some ideas that we are going to develop this year about how we can go outside of the screen and how we can involve teachers in the intervention more properly. Let's say how to have teachers more engaged in the interventions that we have. And for this reason, we are trying to convert tablets and laptops in something that is not necessary to be attached to. Okay, so this is a new thing that I'm going to present and try to connect with STEM learning. Okay, these are typical images of Uruguay today, and I think are very nice images. Even the last one, because it shows that technology is arriving to everywhere in the country. It's also true, like my friend Antonio Batro usually says, that when we show these kind of pictures in Europe, kids usually says that they want the horses. But it's not the case here in South America. And it's really important to know that this program has initially two main objectives. The main objective that the program, One Laptop Per Child, CEIVAL program is the name in Uruguay, has proposed was to increase social equity in the access to technology. And of course, this goal is already achieved, okay? The second goal that they proposed in 2007 when they start as a presidential initiative of the President Vasquez was to produce knowledge and get involved in new ideas. They have the idea that if you have all the children's connected and all education system involved with technology, maybe it's more easy to appropriate and produce knowledge and get involved with new ideas. And it's also true that this objective was not achieved so early, let's say. And I have to say that it's a good thing to say that this year the Plan CEIVAL opened a center of research, especially dedicated to these kind of things that we started doing 2 years ago. But it's a good thing to know that they are starting doing research specifically with the access of technology in education system. However, in 2009, we can say that in Uruguay, every child in the public system, in the public education system, has his own laptop in a daily basis manner. I mean, the laptop is not from the school. The laptop is of each from each child that is going to the houses. Okay, it's a part of them. It's not school. It doesn't belong to the school. But in 2013, they start to introduce tablets, and they said something like, okay, we have to move forward. Let's try to introduce 10,000 tablets in the country and see what happens, because maybe tablets are more usable, especially for small kids, for little kids, like 6 years old. When they do that, we realize that maybe it was an opportunity to make research with that. And we connect this with something that we are organizing in South America that calls the LA School, the Latin American School of Education and Cognition and Neural Science, where Andrew was faculty, and also we have the privilege to be in the steering committee right now. In 2013, it was organized by Siddhartha Rivero, who is a professor here in Rio Grande do Sul, and we were invited, and we realized there, talking with Liz Spelke, who collaborated with us in these kind of interventions, that we could make some interventions promoting preparing the kids better to math if we use the tablets. So we came back to Uruguay, And we asked the president of Plan Ceibal, Miguel Brechner, if he let us try one crazy idea that we have at that time, that it was something like, okay, let me introduce first one concept to understand the idea. What about if I told you, if I ask you how many people are in this room, in the room of the picture, not here? Some of you think that maybe 15 or 18 or 20? No? Some of you think that maybe here there are 200 people? How do you do that? Do you count that? Do you count them? If you look at this auditorium, do you know how many we can be here? How do you know that? If you realize we have a very accurate sense of number, very accurate approximate number system. Maybe many of you would say something around 50 or 60 people for that picture, and it's exactly 63 because I count them. And this is very surprising because how do we do that? Of course, this came from perception, and it's true that maybe this is some kind of precursor of math ability because it's related with what we are going to use afterwards in symbolic manner with numbers. And in fact, there are some research of Elizabeth Brannon and also from Elizabeth Spelke in Harvard that show that children at 6 months are able to distinguish between 8 and 16 dots in the screens just with 6 months. Not telling you that there are 16, but looking at the screen that change between this quantity of dots more time than the one that doesn't change in the quantity. Okay, so I didn't bring the video to show that experiment, but if you look in internet, you will see that it works. So it seems that if we train children with this kind of task, not the one that how many people are in the room, but this kind of tasks where I can ask you if there were more blue dots or more yellow dots. How many of you think that there were more yellow dots there? You are okay in math, probably. So if we train children at 6 years old with this kind of task, maybe we can obtain better results in math. And this was the central hypothesis that we suggest to Ceibal authorities to test in the real world, okay? So we went through this evidence to 10 schools in Montevideo. We took 30 classes of around 24 children. That is the size of the classes in Montevideo. And we performed 10 sessions of approximate 40 minutes twice a week during 5 weeks. Okay? With children inside the class. And the teacher was looking at us. And you will see right now how do they look at us. We have at the end, because some of the data were loose, around 500 kids. Data from 500 kids of 4 different levels of socioeconomic status. Because in Uruguay also we have categorized the socioeconomic status of each school. Okay, and then in the picture you can see the colors that depends on the quintile of socioeconomic status, let's say. Okay. What we have done, we perform a classical design of pre-test and post-test measure, and we make an intervention in the middle. And for the pre-test measures, we measure many things, but I'm going to concentrate here just in 2 measures that we use. One of them was a math test that we call PUMA, Prueba Uruguaya de Matemáticas, okay? That we developed exactly for this research, but it's very similar to Thema 3. It's a standard test that we use, well, that in the United States and many countries use for evaluate math in children, okay? Just to have a flavor of that, the math test is more or less like this. Let me show you some of the screens so you can have an idea. The exercises are of composing number and decomposing numbers, and the kids have to answer with the finger the correct answer of each task. Okay, all the kids have their own headphones, and they receive the instructions by our applicants, and also for the software that repeat the instructions to them just before to start the task. Okay. Also, we decided to measure time discrimination, and this was before. This was because my child, when he was 4 years old, makes me think that these kind of things are very related. And in fact, they are related. And after reading the literature, you would find that Vincent Walsh in 2003 already suggests that we have a unique system of magnitude where we compute time, space, number, and all that magnitudes that we manage all day. The story with my child was very clever for me, because he told me something like, I was working at the computer, and he said, "Dad, let's go to play soccer." And I said, "Okay, give me 5 minutes because I have to finish this." And he said, "I know how much is 5 minutes." I said, "How much is 5 minutes?" And he said, 5 minutes is counting until 200. How do you know that? And he said, "Well, the other day I was with grandma, and grandma told me, wait me here for 5 minutes. And I don't know what to do, you know, so I start counting. And when I arrive 200, grandma arrives. So 5 minutes is 200. And of course, I'm his dad, so I have to say that that's a brilliant reasoning, but also shows us that in the brain of children, these kind of things are all together and grow together. And maybe this is, and we have data that shows that, but I'm not going to show that here, that time discrimination is a way of adjust our knowledge of math in these early stages of life. Okay, so we perform this this game that it was very famous between among the children's. If I have audio. The children have to answer which is the monster that is burping for more time. Okay, so it's a classical time discrimination task. They don't have just burping because the teachers were just scared of us when we show this kind of task. But this game was very funny for the kids, and the kids were in love with that kind of game. Just I can't believe that maybe it's not just for the burp stuff, also because the monsters were very funny and all that stuff. So we measure through this task the time discrimination performance of the children also. We measure many other things, but I'm going to show you just data of these two things, so I'm not going to tell you all the details of the other things that we measure. The intervention was based on the task that I showed you before. It was developed by Justin Halberda in Johns Hopkins University, who was a collaborator in this research with us. And in this task that we use for training for 4 days, kids have to signal with the finger which is the box that have more dots. Okay, and it's very quickly. So you have to answer all the time, like, but just looking at. You cannot count in because of the time that you have the information on the screen. Okay? Okay. So during 5 weeks, this was more or less our life. We've been at the schools twice a week for 40 minutes, and we perform 3 days of pre-test measures, 4 days of intervention with Panama task, with this task of dots, and also after that, we measure the post-test measures, the same that we measure at the pre-test. Okay? Let me show you some of the results. Do you remember that we have 4 levels of socioeconomic status? Okay? So we use that as an independent variable, and we put the data for example, of math performance, the outcome of the PUMA test against the socioeconomic status. And the bad news is that for pre-test measures, we obtain the typical pattern that everybody who is working in that kind of things know, that socioeconomic status make like an exponential curve with cognitive performance in any area that you measure. In math also, it has, okay? So if you are from a very favorable context, you are going to be better in math than if you are from a very adverse context, okay? And this is true everywhere. But the good news is that our intervention seems to change this pattern. First of all, it shows that this have a pointer. Okay, it shows that we obtain gains for math performance in the 4 levels of socioeconomic status. But the most important thing is that it seems that our intervention changed the pattern. We have to be aware also that it seems that the major changes are for the middle context and not for the lowest and not for the best one. But of course, this is also a typical result in these kind of interventions. It's very hard to provoke that the lowest level get higher, okay? And also, it's very hard to move the ones that are okay. We obtain the same pattern for time discrimination. And this is another reason why we think that the intervention is the responsible of changing the pattern of the curve, okay? And this is one of the things that we are exploring more, because if it's true, probably it's a good manner of implement policies that provoke that the typical pattern in Uruguay, maybe in some years, would be like that and not like that, okay? We also want to see who was the one who gains more for the intervention, okay? So we split data in low level in math at initial, in the pre-test measure, and high level in math in the pre-test measures. And of course, we obtained that the major gain was for those who are not very good in math at initial level. But more interestingly, if we divide the high level in math against the socioeconomic status, we will notice that the major effects are not in the favorable context of the high level in math. The bigger effects are in the low level CES, but very good in math. And this is something that we want to explore more, but I'm convinced that the intervention have to be adjusted to a specific target. And this is something that we can discuss after, because it's not true that you can make an intervention for everyone, you know. So you have to plan, and of course this was not planned for that, your intervention for that target or that problem, okay? However, some preliminary conclusions until here. It seems that ANS, approximate number system, and symbolic math are related, and this raises the possibility that this type of intervention may be beneficial for less competent kids, and also for high competent kids from low level CES, okay? However, it's also true that teachers were not very much involved in this study. And this is something that we obtained after we finished the study. We visit all the teachers that were involved, the 30 teachers responsible of the classes, and have an interview with them, showing the results, and also asking them what do they think about the intervention. And most of them tells something like, oh, I really like the intervention, and I noticed that my children are more engaged with math. But the problem is that I need that you come next year here to do the same. Are you going to come? And of course, the answer is not, because we don't have, we are not policymakers, that's for sure. And also, we don't have the means to do this all the time. So we realize that somehow we have to design something that teachers could perform. And it's also true that these kind of things, even in Uruguay, where you have tablets since 2009, are very far away from the teachers, from the normal teachers, because normal teachers doesn't feel very attached to technology. So many times during the intervention, the teacher says something like, oh, can you come to our applicants, to our students, because it doesn't work. So she is far away from the intervention, from the typical things of the intervention. So we realized there that there is a problem. Also, and this is more focused with what we are studying now in STEM, we noticed that we were imprisoned of the screens. I mean, kids were doing many things with the screens, but they could not doing nothing with the hands manipulating objects. Because we are in the tablets, we don't have yet a manner to measure these kind of things. And of course, this is very far away of what we are looking for, because we know that most of our children interactions with technology are restricted to the screen, but this is not the best way of learn, okay? So we are looking for a manner to measure manipulations of objects also with technology, but without being attached to technology. And this is a great challenge that I will try to convince you that it's possible, and I will try to show you at the end what we are thinking to do. The thing is that at that point in 2014, for the intervention that we performed there, we realized that we have to try to go out of the screens, maybe losing some data, but still maintain some measures to see if the interventions works or not. So we went to a small scale study. We went to a school in Punta del Este, a very low level school. Even if it is in Punta del Este, there are low level schools there, believe me. And we suggest to use cards instead of tablets. So we proposed to the principal of the school to make an intervention very similar to the one that I told you, but with cards, with this kind of cards. This is the front of the card, and this is the back of the card. We introduce here another thing that it seems to work properly. In the tablets, the kids just have the dots. In the cards, we put the dots, and also we put the numbers in the back of the cards. And the kids have to play this. Okay, there are many details of the design that I'm going to skip now. We perform many tasks, not just the one of comparison. We also test another task that it was addition. But just to have a flavor of how does it work, the kids were playing in the class, in tables, putting the cards in the maze that it corresponds to the color that have more. So if you have more blue dots, you have to put the card here. If you have more red dots, you have to put the card here. Okay? But the interesting part, and look this child here. He's not looking at the dots. He's looking at the numbers. You see? Here they are looking at the dots. But there, I don't know if you can see it here. Let me show you again.
¿Qué te parece que tiene más esa, rojo o azul? ¿Qué tiene?
Look that guy here. He's always looking at the numbers, you know? And even if you think that maybe this is not fair or whatever, this is very important for kids, because kids at that age, they have 6 years old, and we are like in July or whatever, so half of the year. They don't know exactly the relationship between numbers. I mean, it's not easy for a kid to know that 14 is bigger than 11, for example. So he's using this, and this seems to be the key for why we obtain better results in this intervention than in the other one. But we don't know yet this. We have two hypotheses about that. I'm not going to show you here the results of this because I will lose all my time, and I want to show you the thing that we are thinking for next year. But the thing is that in this intervention, we introduced two different things. One was the cards itself that provokes that teachers were more involved with the game, because teachers are the ones that make the intervention because they feel very comfortable with the cards. So if you listen at the other video, you will hear the teacher explain the game or whatever, okay? And the second difference was that we introduced the numbers in the back of the cards. We could do that anyway with tablets. The thing that we cannot do is to be able to manage the cards, to manipulate the cards, okay? Anyway, what we are thinking now? Well, we are thinking in go away from the tablets, but still have the possibility of measure what the kids are doing. And of course, the initial idea of that is filming the kids and then codify what they are doing, okay? But this is a mess. I mean, if you are thinking in intervention of 1,000 or something like that, you cannot be prepared for that. I mean, it's impossible to analyze the videos of 30 classes in 3 weeks of intervention, trying to codify each of the actions of each children. There is a solution? Well, it seems to be a solution, but just for iPads right now, and it's not very oriented to education. So our intention is to convince Plan Ceibal and National Agency of Research and Innovation in Uruguay to give money to this project that I'm going to present you now. We call ZETA, and the project is to transform tablets into a tangible interaction in the closed area device. How does it work? Well, the idea is to have some kind of device that you can put on the tablet, like a mirror, that generates an area in the table, on the table, where you can play, but you are not filming this. You are recognizing this by a software of vision computer. Okay? So if you have this possibility and you make it open source, we expect that many teachers and techno people, let's say software development or whatever, developers or whatever, make different applications for education to use. But just to have an example of the things that we can do with this kind of device, we are proposing to make some games oriented to work hand-eye coordination, and I will show you an example in a minute. And also, we want to perform cognitive evaluation. Psychologists used to use manipulating of objects for evaluate, like in the WISC test or WISE test. Do you know, like, how do you call this in English? The cube test, the cube subtest or whatever. Okay, so with these kind of devices, we could evaluate in psychological tests that use manipulation of objects, but automatically. So you can measure what the children are doing and know if they are doing properly or not, but you don't need to have a person with one person all the time. That makes it impossible to make big interventions. So some of the games and tasks that we are proposed to implement are the tangram-like. This is a typical game that is also implemented in the commercial version of the device. Also, we are thinking in some seriality games where kids have to, for example, move this in order to complete the sequence, but move in real manner, let's say. And also, we are thinking, keep in mind that tablets in Uruguay are using these kind of tablets, not the iPads, are using for low-level CES kids who never have in mind to have a Wii, for example. But this kind of device can convert the tablet in some kind of we. Because if you make like this to the mirror, the area that you have on the table will be here in the space. So we are thinking in some kind of game of, moving your hands to put balls that are on the screen, moving around or something like that, where we can measure eye coordination, motor coordination, or whatever. Okay. Of course, the software that we are planning to develop have to save all the data in a proper manner. That commercial versions doesn't do that because they don't care, because they are not oriented to research. And this is a big difference. Anyway, just to give you a brief outline of our plan, we start moving from social equity to research on cognitive stimulation through tablets during the time of 2013 to 2015, let's say. And right now, we are trying to move from cognitive stimulation through tablets to involve teachers in the interventions and measure the manipulative abilities of children. So I can imagine not far in the time that classes in Uruguay could be more or less like this. Just to have a flavor of how does it work, we start using these kind of devices in clinical context. If you can hear and understand Spanish, and this is very similar to what you show, Andrew, about the kid using language as a mediator.
Perfecto.
If you listen.
Abajo,
he said.
arriba,
He's trying to order the mind through the language, This is very similar to what you show when the kid was singing about, I have to wait, I have to wait, I have to wait. Okay, he's trying to, okay, this is down, this is up, And also, there is another nice example that we discover. This kid has dyslexia, how do you pronounce that? Dyslexia, okay. And if you look, I don't know if you can see there, he is going to, he switched the colors. You notice? He switched the colors. And he didn't realize. But the software, of course, doesn't give the feedback, the positive feedback, because the colors are mixed. So the teacher is saying, are you sure the colors is like this? And then he realized. Okay? These are the kind of things that we can perform in Uruguay in the next years, I hope. So, we hope that Zeta will give us the possibility to measure new things as a spatial ability, spatial abilities. We had this conversation yesterday. In children, and correlate these type of measures with typical cognitive measurement. These kind of devices could extend even more the huge possibilities of research in school using hands-on games. For example, as a possible tool for invisible evaluation, because we could make games for children and doing evaluation at the same time, and they wouldn't realize that they are being evaluated, let's say. Also, we expect that Zeta, as an open source tool, could motivate the software community to develop apps that greatly increase intervention opportunities related to present STEM. Thanks a lot.
We invite the two speakers to the discussion. I would invite Professor Deborah Fogo to coordinate the discussion. She's the coordinator of a working group that we have within the Academy that's working specifically with STEM education. This is an initiative that was supported by BG, and basically this is the first activity, public activity of the working group. So we have 15 minutes for discussion, 15. And then a short coffee break, and you come back for the second part of the meeting.
So thank you, Fernando. Thank you, the speakers, for these inspiring presentations. So it's open for questions, so that's what I'm supposed to do here, just coordinate. Please, Luis.
I have a question, Andrew.
Yes.
Very interesting talk. Thank you very much. You mentioned interventions in Singapore and Spain in contact with the respective ministries of education. I was very curious about that. What kind of intervention is that? How many children are involved in that? The schools are involved, and what's the span of time of duration of this intervention? What is it?
Right. So we're just beginning those now. We're going to be going over in the fall to Spain. And Spain has these very powerful stereotypes, as in America, about math being for boys, and the scores in math are not as high as they want them to be. So we're actually now, we've been working over the 6 months to design better and better interventions, and we're doing those studies in Seattle. So we don't have them all fixed at the moment, but some of them have to do with social manipulations of, we're finding in Seattle that if you make teams where people think they're part of a math team, the children will be more motivated to participate in math than if they believe they're doing it individually. So we're doing some experiments where we have the kids wear a certain colored t-shirt and show other pictures of kids on the wall with the same colored t-shirt, and we say those people are on the math team and these are on the reading team. You have this t-shirt, you're on the math team, and talk about that. And then it turns out that they will play the math games for longer. This is just a social psychology effect. They play the math games for longer and persist on more difficult problems for longer if they think they're part of a group that does it, rather than if they think they're an individual who does it. It's just a social psychology effect. So we're trying to urge children through these various interventions to want to engage and choose mathematical games, and we're in the middle of designing those. There's other ones about pulling math problems toward you and pushing other things away, that it turns out that sensory motor involvement for young kids make them more interested in the problem. It's an odd effect, but it's one that says this is more like me, more connected with me. So the process of interventions is design ones based on psychological effects, pilot study it in Seattle, and then bring it to a country where we're going to be testing about 1,000 kids, 500 in controls and 500 experimentals. And because we're working with the Ministry of Education, we're allowed to go into the same schools and randomly assign classes, some classes to our experimental group, others to control. That's very difficult to do unless you have participation of the Ministry of Education. So we're trying to do the right intervention study, and with the cooperation of the government, it's quite helpful to do.
Helena, please.
Thank you for both of you for the fantastic lectures. I was wondering, it's very clear-cut, the results on math, but what's your hypothesis for the increase in the curve of biology as well as chemistry? Why? Why this has been going on? Because we have similar results in Brazil, except for chemistry. In chemistry, we still have less women, less female going into chemistry. But biology and medicine, it's beginning even to be the opposite. Too much female in terms instead of male. What would be the psychological explanation for that?
Right. Well, in America, we have many more people in psychology now who are female. Now it's 80% of I'm a minority. And so, but when I started out, females were not supposed to be able to do psychology either. So one easy hypothesis is that the fields that have to do with interpersonal, biological, or with other people, females are gravitate towards that, but I'm not saying that's a genetic or biological thing. I'm saying among the STEM disciplines that females are first drawn into or attracted to are the mind, interpersonal relations, perhaps biological, and that it spreads from there to perhaps chemistry, then to more, to other ones in physics and engineering. So we'll be able to see whether the spread is in that direction or not. I think what's important is that all sciences were highly stereotypically male not so long ago, and so it can change, right?
Yeah.
It can have hope. Yeah.
So,
Very nice conference for both presentations. I have two questions. One is about the language. If learning English and Spanish or English and Chinese, for instance, would have the same result as far as the decision-making process is considered. And the second one is about counting, this box counting and the notion of numbers. My question is if animals have the same ability, and if it's possible to make comparison about the neurosciences and how the brains work.
I'll answer the first one, you do the second one.
Yes.
About counting in animals. So the first one is, at the moment, there is a difference about whether the languages are related. Obviously, Romance languages are more related than we are to Chinese. And that makes it easier to learn languages that are more closely related. But I'm not aware of any research at the moment that says learning two diverse languages versus closer languages has differential effect on executive function. It's actually quite an interesting hypothesis, because I suppose the farther apart the languages are, the more of a switch, the more of a completely different symbolic representation it is to label the same thing. And whereas when languages are close, it's not completely different. But I'm not aware that anybody has tested that. It's quite interesting. And he was an expert on approximate.
The answer is yes. We share this capacity with animals. In many animals, we have tested that. In monkeys, for sure. In dolphins also. In bees, I think. If you want to look more for the difference of the rates, because monkeys are a little faster, but not so good or whatever, you can look at Christian Agrilio. He's an Italian researcher who make this kind of research in many different animals. But the answer is yes, we share that.
I just wanted to follow up a little bit on the sex differences and interventions to increase the number of women in STEM fields, such as chemistry and particularly computer science, and some branches of engineering where they're hardly underrepresented. And it's following up on the social thing, but it's a little bit different. This is research by Amanda Diekman, who has found that women want their life to affect other people. That it's social, but they want, part of the meaning is that they do good in the world. So, traditionally being a nurse was a way to do that, but then they realized they could be a doctor and do that as well. And some of the interventions, we're working a little bit with the Northwestern University branch of Women in Computer Science, which is a very small club, but growing. And they have these stories of transformation where they realize that computer science actually matters for society. And so if you can represent the STEM fields as a way to make a difference in the world, I don't know what this is saying about men, they just don't care, but women also are, they want to make money, they want to be successful, but in addition, they also want to make a difference in lives of other people. And if you can show, and these fields very much do, so
Yes.
you can do something.
It's a very good point. I have a question.
So my name is Duila de Mello. I'm an astrophysicist. So I work at NASA in the United States and at Catholic University in Washington, D.C. So I've been listening and learning here quite a bit. I try to do the thing of being a role model to girls in the U.S. and in Brazil. And I find a strong battle, and mostly because of the families. So what I would like actually us to reflect upon here is how we can work with professors and teachers and families on educating them that girls can do anything they want to do. So this is something that is hard to do because women are biased. They are adults and they're biased already. So how do the psychologists and our friend from Uruguay can actually help us and the impact in the families? So the families, because the children spend 85% with their families and societies. How can we do that with society?
Right. Well, you know, it does start with the family, and I think there's some research. There's interesting research because on the one hand, same-sex role models, same-sex matters. So for females to have a strong or good female teacher or role model, on the one hand, has shown to be influential. You know, finding a female teacher early on. On the other hand, some research shows that the father has a particularly powerful effect on daughters as a male in the family, showing that it's possible to, that males think that you can be a female and a good physicist at the same time, and that fathers play a particularly strong role in encouraging their daughters. So it's mixed. I wouldn't want to say that you need a female role model versus a male role model. I think we don't know now which would be most powerful. We do know that there are stereotypes in the culture and in American that we need to change, and that's different from changing the family. In America, there are many t-shirts that say things like, "I'm too cute to do math." And parents buy that for their little children, their 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds, who are very cute, but the little girls in pigtails, when they're walking around with a t-shirt that says "I'm too cute to do math," that cannot be good for them. And so that's a place in the culture that cutting back the stereotypes that girls don't do math on television, in products that we have, the Barbie dolls that we have used to be, there was a Barbie doll in America that when you had the Barbie doll and pulled the string, it said, "I hate math, I hate math." So those are things, I don't know that we want to make laws against it, but we want to somehow make it not be productive economically that you have these highly stereotyped messages. Families, I think, are harder to change because parents can raise the children the way their family values are, and as long as there's a generational difference, there still will be families who don't treat their girls as doing STEM.
Can I add one ingredient more to this point? Is that you just mentioned about toys. So toy industries is against us. So because I remember that here in Brazil, and I guess that's all around the world, we have like a very intelligent and interesting toy that's engineering blocks. That it's so it's only dedicated to boys. So it's kind of strange if you give like these engineering blocks to a girl. And also you see when you enter in a store that sells toys like pink in one side, and so pens and oven and things to the. So how can we change like the legal? So it's such a fantastic toy. You have so split. This is Legos for boys, and so we don't have something that can mix, and can. So toys. I guess that we have to have the toys with us instead of against us. So how we can use this industry to change a little bit this concept?
No, I think so. Maybe you can talk about the laptops from toy, but in a second, in the toy point of view. I think in America there are more and more opportunities now for manufacturing and making girl STEM related games because people understand that the market is very underrepresented, right? So it has been very stereotyped about girls and pink and feathers and glitter. And boys have spatial games and blocks and robots and things. But now there's the opportunity of building STEM games for girls, and there's a growing market of that in America. So I would just say a thing that scientists can do is raise the awareness that these stereotypes are affecting our children early. As a psychologist doing that research, I don't make the toys. but I can get the message out that
How
our
we
children are affected much earlier than we thought.
Yes.
Second grade, before they learn multiplication, what father in the room or what toy manufacturer wants their second grade girl thinking, girls don't do math, girls is for boys, you know? So then if psychologists show that it makes a difference, then there are some toy manufacturers, business people who say, well, there's a big market here, nobody is making STEM toys for girls, I will do that.
Yeah.
Right? Well, we don't make them. But your laptop
No,
seems...
I think that we have to also to start up projects to make toys. I would like to. I mean, of course, if you're a scientist, maybe you don't have time to develop a startup project or whatever. But sometimes you could just push these kind of ideas and develop toys or games or I think the software companies would have to work more together to the scientists.
Startups company, you know, just
Something
filling
like that.
this hole.
Yes.
So we have several hands on. So please.
Okay, thank you for the lectures. So I want to know of Andrew. I have two questions. You can choose which one you want to answer. If you believe that it's difference between girls and boys, if the research, brain's research show us something interesting between the function of the brain, okay, and how they can influence in the STEM learning, and if you heard about the learning styles and how those styles can influence in the STEM learning too.
Right. So I think you asked about differences in brain and styles. Those are the two things. So, you know, there are developmental psychologists are very interested in this question. And I just want to say something about the brain research. You know, if you do research with a 3-year-old little girl and brain and 3-year-old little boys, and you find out, if you found out that boys were better in spatial rotation, which is something that there is reasonable evidence that in adults, men are better in spatial rotation than females. Is that reasonable? That's not mathematics, it's recognizing patterns in spatial rotation. If you find that there's a difference in the brains of 3-year-olds, there's a big tendency to say it's in the brains, brains are biological, and therefore there's a genetic difference between male and female. The difficulty is that we know an awful lot from brain science that brains are sculpted by experience starting even earlier, even in infancy. So language research shows that the influence of the language you're bathed in changing your brain in 12-month-olds and 15-month-olds. So the point I want to make is that just because you find brain differences, it does not mean in the strong sense that it's genetic or innate when you're finding it in 5-year-olds or 3-year-olds or 2-year-olds, or even if you did an experiment with 1-year-olds and found a brain difference. If you then go to the homes and you find out that the toys that the girls are being exposed to, that the boys are being exposed to are different, you could be creating those brain changes early on. So the only studies that will be able to tell us about genetics and intrinsic differences are animal studies that were raised earlier with selective rearing, or studies of brains much earlier than we typically do them. So I'm counseling us not to find brain results with 3-year-olds and say, aha, girls are different than boys. Of course, there are biological differences between girls and boys. Fortunately, we all got here somehow. So there are biological differences, and we cannot dismiss biological differences either. It's just, if there are biological differences, it's going to not be in something as broad as STEM, as has been illustrated by biology and chemistry, right? I mean, it's not that girls don't do logical thinking, don't do hypothesis testing, don't generate hypotheses and predictions, and then design experiments to empirically test that. There's no reason to believe there's a difference between males and females in that. There may be domain differences. Sorry.
No. I just to know, I'm worried because my plane is leaving at 1 from the airport. I don't know the distance and even the time. So if you said that it's okay, I can stay.
It's a risk to stay.
It's a race to stay. Okay, so I'm going.
If you want to take to the home day, that's okay.
No, I cannot.
So,
Anyway, sorry for that. It's not my fault.
então ele vai e a gente continua.
Yes, of course. I don't want to cut it. Sorry. Just continue without me.
Do you have more? Because we have more two questions, so maybe we can release him if you don't mind. So can we let him go, and then if you don't mind, continue for more two questions? Do you mind?
No, I don't mind at all.
So-
Just not to be
Yes.
rude. I wanted to explain you. Sorry very much.
Thank you very much, and have a safe trip back home. Congratulations for your work in Uruguay.
Thank you very much.
Yes. So Felipe and then Professor Jacob Alice, and that's what I
don't know if I have a question, but you have told us that, have shown us the small time we spend in formal education.
Yes.
But for young children, they spend a lot of time in television. So should we not pay more attention to television? It's a sensible point because it's a question of liberty, freedom, and information. But I think for young people, it's really important.
And so the question is, should they're spending time with television, and the question was,
how can you use television?
how can you use? Yes,
Since they spend so much
yeah.
time.
It's very
watching
interesting, isn't
TV.
it? So there is research. I'll just make a distinction between the very youngest children and slightly older, just a new piece of research to bring in here. There has been a lot of research about whether television can be used to teach a second language in the first 2 years of life, when people have shown the power of bilingualism. Of course, in America, that's very commercial. As soon as it was actually our lab was showing power of bilingualism, we got phone calls from businesses said they wanted to make DVDs and tape recordings to put on the baby's crib so babies could hear Spanish all during the day and night and become bilingual by hearing the tape recordings on the crib. And there was some research at our institute seeing whether babies in the first 2 years of life could learn language from technology, and the answer was no. They did no learning from technology. They needed a person to learn from. So if you played the same foreign language over a tape recorder for the same length of time, or had a person say exactly the same thing as on the tape recorder but in person, the child's brain learned the second language from the human being, from social interaction, but did not learn from a tape recording. So there's very interesting stuff about how linguistic information is picked up in a social context early. However, you're also right that 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, 10-year-olds are spending a lot of time in front of screen, and they obviously can learn by screen. They don't have to only learn by people anymore. And so, again, designers of television programs need to decide to make them more educational and not, in America, not as violent television that the kids are watching. But use it for education purposes. But I just want to express that for the youngest kids, they learn better from people than from television. I'll say one other thing that's anecdotal. David made me speak about this. I speak to engineering and professors at the University of Washington, and they're suggesting that they're finding a decline in the intuitions that students have about physics and pulleys and levers and forces and engineering concepts now versus 20 years ago. And some of the speculation, but not evidence, speculation, is that the children are spending so much time in impossible worlds on two-dimensional tablets that violate physics, that are everyday intuitions that children used to pick up by playing with three-dimensional objects and just playing and manipulating them, that may make a difference in those disciplines later. Now that's anecdotal, but if that's true, it's a frightening thought of our 21st century children all paying attention to screens and, you know, not realizing that when I knock this over, that it's going to fall rather than it's going to float up on the screen. So there's a lot of hours in the physical world of understanding how things work that will not be gathered by watching television. And that could be frightening.
Yes, that's true. Professor.
Well, maybe I missed it, but some points, but something that I didn't hear from either of you is that some competition and some kind of prizes with good taste may help to create good symbols. Isn't that so?
Good.
I didn't hear from.
That's some, David, did you get that?
To introduce the competition.
Competition in the children?
Yeah, and some rewarding.
Yeah. Well, there is evidence that some mixture of the brain and the children learn very well in social settings, but social settings don't always have to be cooperative. They can be competition too, if that's what you're raising. And some level of competitiveness, as long as it's social, may very well help, you know, promote stuff with children. From my point of view, from what we're finding out about the power of social, I would just say that that's different from putting the child alone in isolated problem solving when they're too young. They do quite well in competition with their brothers and sisters, in competition in school, but they respond well to sort of social settings, maybe doing better than others, but the brain is wired for social things.
So because we have one hands up there and you, and I guess that we run out of time because we have a coffee break. Can you continue discussion during the coffee?
Girl Scouts on competition, and it works really well because girls like to play with girls.
Yeah.
And stimulate the competition.
It's about competition.
Really good. So it has great results.
Okay. So sorry, Marilia, so you can continue discussion. So once again, let's thank Professor Andrew for the wonderful discussion. Thank you. 15 minutes.
Okay, so in 15 minutes, we'll be back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good. Hey, sorry, so, you know, we're just designing these interventions now, and we're making some progress. You know, they invited us to go over there next year, and so it's July, and we have finished some pilot studies, and then we're going to go over September with the teachers, and then probably start in January. So we're feeling that we have 6 or 9 months to work on it.
Teachers will be able to replicate.
Yeah, definitely. So we're working with people in Spain who are getting their PhDs. We're going to be designing these interventions in Seattle, but then it will be the Spanish PhD students working with their graduate program over there because they're working with their students in their language. So we're trying to, and we're going to be working, with people in PhD programs too. They can carry it forward.
I have a question which is very much related to your comment on this two-dimensional world, and it's like the many people want to like this hands-on experiments groups. But on science, I don't know if they're science. Should they actually just check right? They don't have ready-made kits. Right. They're supposed to do that. You have a groups doing that. Is there any psychological analysis essentially which children who are involved in that? Because it looks like another world because that's three-dimensional. It's not ready-made program.
So, well, you know, there's a lot of psychology that suggests, again, especially for the youngest children, that hands-on experience is the most powerful and most memorable way for children to learn. So later, it gets to be more abstract and symbolic, and of course doesn't have to be hands-on, but the foundation for that symbolic manipulation may be manipulations of real physical things in the real world, and as you said, even needing to construct the materials themselves. So there's a concern that we're losing that today by having even the tablets you showed, which I think are a very good idea. They're still just very fixed shapes that you bring together. You know what I mean? It's not two triangles to bring together for a square is different than needing to construct from the beginning.
But see, I don't know if there is some follow-up on this other side, that depends on science, because people are doing that in Brazil. There are groups doing that involves thousands of teachers and therefore hundreds of thousands of children, because there is this zonification. But I don't think there is a serious study.
Not serious, but there should be.
The affected children, those who are not getting it.
Absolutely, there needs to be randomized controlled trials, just like they have in medicine.
But do you know probably you know the little scientist house in German?
No.
It's probably they are going to answer this, because in German, as far as I know, so they have a huge program, because everything related to what you mentioned about the executive function, the prefrontal cortex, to develop it in the very early childhood. So the German government decided to have a special program that they apply all over the country. In the preschool, they train teacher. It's a new program, I guess, since 2009, 2010, and so I'm in contact with the people that is kind of spreading, and so they are going to come to Brazil to use the program in a German school, in our German school here, because it's a national decision, and it's fantastic because so they are with the preschool time, so they are developing all these abilities, these executive functions, trying to foster, the for science, math, and technology. So they have a special program, so small test tubes and math specific, activities to develop
How strong do you feel the stereotype that I mentioned from America is here in Brazil? I mean, I really don't.
Yes.
You see,
of course, it's. I guess it's a word.
It's about the same. I'm a physicist. So what I notice is maybe a fluctuation, but I know I think it's right. We have more women physicists in our departments in Brazil than we have in the United States. That's I don't know why. But that's it. They're still minority, but still they are more present in Brazil than the United States.
What about engineering? Less women in engineering?
Engineering as well. But of course, I don't have first-hand experience.
Depending chemistry, that they say they're less women than.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but in physics, definitely, because I was there and I'm here.
But here,
more women here than in America.
Here, I don't know if you remember, the research that was conducted by Professor Leopoldo de Meish, that passed away, in fact, last year, unfortunately. He was a biochemist, but liked a lot science education. So he conducted a research with kids, asking them to draw, using a lot of the draw to how is their image about the scientist.
Exactly, yeah.
It's a fantastic result because it covered all over Brazil, and then it worked. So, and the scientist is always someone crazy, man, computer, test tubes. That's only the image that the kids have about scientists in general. So never a woman, nothing about social science, nothing, just exactly. So he presented, the results, the drawing, very powerful way to extract
so we can change that stereotype.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
It is.
So not only about mathematicians, but
it has that concept.
scientists, kids,
Because they can be
praise, you know, guys like that. Yes, completely.
Women are able.
Always
But,
using, you know,
you know, the praise is about a woman gets pregnancy and they have the illegals, they have to stop working because they have to
and
dedicate
we repeat this investigation in all countries. It's the same. It's completely.
Okay, Andrew, I haven't, when I arrived, I was a little bit late, so I didn't see the lecture. But I will talk to you. Let's have a different.
You're gonna have something else.
Yes.
Okay.
But this project that I mentioned, Little Scientist, is going to be evaluated.
I'm gonna look it up.
So, take a look.
You know, the stereotype was a little bit different. They allow the girls to do mathematics. These girls, whereas in America, mathematics is yeah, so it's Asian female would be very good at mathematics. Yeah, it's fun. I do.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I see that. Yes,
No, I can find it. I should. No. Let me just make sure. I will come here again. Thank you so much. So if you write to me, then I can respond. Okay. Absolutely.
So you have 40 minutes. I have the time.
Yeah, that's very good. Yeah, that's the best. No, it's the best I've ever seen. Should I have the microphone?
Yeah.
I don't know where to
You got the
Let me go. I'll try to stay.
Bem, vamos dar início então a parte da pós-coffee break da reunião, chamando a atenção do pessoal que está lá fora, que a gente está iniciando. Então, quem quiser permanecer lá fora, por gentileza, é só baixar um pouquinho o volume da voz. We are starting with the third presentation of the day. We're happy to have Professor David Hutto, and he'll be speaking about spatial cognition and STEM education, what, when, and why. So you have the floor for 40 minutes.
Hello. Let me begin by talking a little bit about this last line, Spatial Intelligence and Learning Center. This is one of 6 science of learning centers that the United States National Science Foundation has sponsored to sort of bring big science to the science of learning. So the idea being that no one individual working alone can solve the complex problems of learning, and that it's going to have to be interdisciplinary with multiple ongoing projects. Andy is a member of another one, the Life Center. So we thank the NSF, and it's also promoted the international cooperation that's brought us here. Okay, let me begin with some puzzles. This is participatory, so you have to give an answer. Where on earth can you walk 1 mile south, 1 mile west, 1 mile north, and end up exactly where you started? Does anyone have no suggestions? You're all scientists. This should be easy. Thank you. I heard that the answer is the North Pole. Let's try another one. Do frogs have lips? How many people say yes? And how many people say no? And how many don't know? Well, I still don't know, even after the picture, because it's not exactly clear to whether you call this a lip. Whether or not a frog has lip is not that important. But what is important is the process that you use to try to answer those questions. Many of you, unless you happen to be experts in frogs, conjured up a mental image and inspected it as if you were looking at a picture of a frog. And indeed, we now know quite convincingly that some of the same brain processes that are involved in seeing are also involved in mental imagery. And as a result of sort of projecting this mental image, if you will, you were able to think about many things at once, think about relations, think about frogs or poles or whatever it might be. And this captures what I'm trying to talk about today, which is spatial thinking, and hopefully illustrates how different it is from other kinds of thinking, verbal or semantic knowledge, because you either know this as a fact or you didn't. You probably didn't, and therefore you had to try to think about it in a different way. Spatial cognition is also very relevant to STEM problem solving. Harder questions than the frog question is, for example, what's the optimal design for a bridge in a particular location? How do we build buildings to withstand earthquakes or hurricanes? And many, many more are the kinds of questions that require, at least for beginning students, to think about spatial relations. And a very famous one, in fact, in scientific insight and discovery, is often described as a spatial insight. An early example, we don't know if it's actually true, but it's a good example, is Kekule's discovery of the structure of the benzene molecule, where allegedly he dreamt about a snake grabbing its tail, and then from that, the green structure came to him, and then he figured out the 6 sides. Likewise, a much more complex molecule was the DNA molecule, and its discovery, one of the most important in the history of biochemical sciences, is often described as a spatial insight. And in fact, in their paper, Watson and Crick said, the critical sentence is, we wish to put forward a radically new structure for the DNA molecule. And that sense of radically new is sort of a sense of spatial insight. Here they are. Since one of the themes has been gender, we should also recognize Rosemary Franklin, who actually contributed the data that led to this. And yes, unfortunately, she died young and didn't get the Nobel Prize, but she definitely deserves to be there. So my basic claim here is that spatial intelligence is important to performance in a variety of STEM disciplines, including those listed here, and I'll be talking about a portion of them. Okay, and we also know, beyond these sort of stories or anecdotes, we know empirically that spatial reasoning is independently important for understanding and predicting who goes into STEM fields. This is one of our sort of reasons of raison d'etre in our center, because it shows how important spatial information is for going into STEM. So this is you can think of it as a 3-dimensional graph, y, x, and then the arrows represent the z-axis, and I'll explain. The x-axis here is his SAT math score, which is our one of our standard college admissions test scores, and the y is the SAT verbal, same thing. They've normalized it so here that 0 is the average score. Okay, and then what the arrows represent is the important thing. It's how much more predictive ability did we learn by knowing spatial score. So you might notice, for example, that the engineering, electrical engineering, is very long. And what this is telling us is that if I want to understand from 8th grade on who will likely go into STEM, or particularly engineering, and you're giving me 3 tests, verbal, math, and spatial. And I want to take a guess of which of these students is most likely. The spatial test is by far the most predictive. So it's something important, and this is after holding constant these other contributions. Now you might note the negative side too. There are fields where spatial ability is less predictive or less important or negatively predicts going into these fields. But this is one of several sets of evidence that makes the empirical case that spatial ability, spatial thinking is important in STEM. Now, people have known this for a while. The question is, what can we do about it? As the National Research Council said in 2006, spatial thinking is presumed throughout the K-12 curriculum, but is formally and systematically taught nowhere. That was in 2006, just about the time our center was sort of coming into being, and we think we have begun to change that somewhat. Certainly, it's not taught as much as math or verbal, but we've tried to come up with ways to introduce it into the curriculum. The question I want to address now is, why is spatial ability related to STEM? And when we explore possible answers to this, we actually find that there are some possible targets for intervention, actually quite late in life, in college-age students. So it's important to start early, but old dogs, or at least college-age dogs, can still learn new tricks. So, and we can make interventions even after students enter the university, if we understand why. Okay. So let's first consider a common explanation that turns out to be only partly true. And that common explanation is that STEM fields are highly spatial, so you need high spatial ability to do well. This seems, very obvious. For example, a geologist, structural geologist, needs to be able to think about the patterns and forces that created the folds and faults that made these mountains. Or in chemistry, you definitely need to be able to think about spatial structures. Chirality is perhaps the best known example. So many students struggle with these spatial principles. I'm fond of saying that the greatest source of psychology students is the organic chemistry class. And the reason is because they struggle with the spatial reasoning, and they come knocking on our doors and say, Dr. Utah, I found out that I don't like science, so I want to be a psychologist. This to us is hurts, because we are, and I hope we convince you on science, I may sound a little defensive about it right now, but really we are science, and it's not the place to go if you don't like science. So you could say it's just that spatial ability matters because these fields are spatial. But actually, when we start looking at the data and looking at expertise in novices, it's not so simple. Spatial ability becomes less predictive as we move through the science education process. As we take novice students, those who are just beginning college, and we turn them into engineers or geologists, spatial ability actually becomes less predictive. And this is going to say something very interesting about when and how we might want to intervene. But let me give you a couple examples first. So we'll consider, there's many, this analysis has been done in many different domains. The data are variable. I think the best data is in geoscience, some pretty good and interesting data in chemistry. I could also do other fields where the same argument has been made empirically. But I'll just do those two today. Okay, this is my favorite study of this domain because it involves real-world scientific teaching and practice. Zach Hambrecht and his colleagues studied the abilities that predicted novice and expert geologists' field work. So he started with, in the summer at Michigan State University. This is after the first year of the student's curriculum, and they go from Michigan to Montana for a week where they do this field work. And he asked, what cognitive abilities predict how you will do in this field work? And one of the tasks is this geological mapping task where you have to think about the features not only that you see, but what's below the earth that may have caused this, and importantly, as you see, the spatial relations and the patterns between them, that the sense of distribution is where we think about land masses. And so it's a very important skill. And he made up a dependent variable here on the y-axis of accuracy, which is really a summation of several different measures to see how people did on this geological mapping test. And what this graph is showing you is that spatial ability matters very much for those who are novices. These are first-year college students. But it doesn't predict performance at all for the high geography knowledge. So this is the first bit of data that's consistent with the argument I'm making that as you become an expert, spatial ability actually becomes less predictive. So maybe you don't have to be a spatial genius to be a scientist, but we have to understand more what's going on. For the statistically minded, you might be wondering, is this just restriction of range? Are there actually any low spatial ability geologists? There are. Not that many, but there are some. And how they got to be geologists with low spatial ability is an interesting story in its own right. Okay, another example from chemistry. As I've already mentioned, chemists have to think about spatial relations all the time, and they struggle with ways to represent to their students the third dimension in space. There are many different forms of representation, standardized ways of doing this, and students struggle with it. Now, what Mike Stieff did in his dissertation is a fascinating study of expert and novice chemists thinking about chemically relevant stimuli, such as these, and irrelevant stimuli, or random stimuli. These are what we call Shepard-Metzler objects. These, after the name of the people who came up with them, they are deliberately decontextualized. There are, to my knowledge, at least not when they were made, no experts in this. That would be kind of a wasted expertise. This is worth studying, but this may not be worth studying. So they deliberately took it out of context to sort of study spatial ability without any semantic knowledge. Okay. Now, there's a tremendous amount of evidence. This is two-dimensional, these are three-dimensional, but it really doesn't matter. There's a tremendous amount of evidence that people use a process called mental rotation to solve problems like these. Are these two the same? One is rotated, or are they mirror images? Likewise, is this a normal R, the letter R, rotated, or is it a mirror image? If it's a mirror image, chiral in the chemical sense, we cannot rotate it into alignment. We can flip it, but just the rotation in the single plane will not make them align. And so, going back to the late 60s, people did research on how people made these decisions. And they found that there's a very strong relation between how much the stimulus is rotated relative to the target and how long, that's reaction time, it takes you to make this decision. Everybody understand what's going on here? So this is taken as strong data that what's going on mentally is that people are treating it as if they are rotating it. Once again, a strong relation between the body and the mind, and between vision and motor skills that we heard about quite a bit in some of Andy's work. So this is evidence for the mental rotation process. And everybody does this for these kind of things on the right. The question is, what do chemists do? Mike Stieff, in a fascinating study, I don't have the data, but I can talk about it. He looked at expert and novice chemists solving problems like this and solving problems like this. At a geometric level, they're the same. They require the same degree of geometric transformation, and that's important. But to a chemist, these are entirely different problems, because this knowledge over here is actually relatively simple. This has become, for a chemist, a semantic fact, that knowing whether the molecule is chiral, whether it can be rotated or not, is part of knowing its chemistry, and therefore they just know it as a fact. And then empirically, when he did the mental rotation, this line was low and flat. They did not have to mentally rotate. The chemists were able to make decisions very quickly, and there was no effect of the degree of rotation, suggesting they're using a very different mental ability. That is, it has now become a semantic fact. They know that, and they can retrieve that fact quickly, regardless of the degree of mental rotation. But you could be arguing, well, maybe chemists are just really good spatial thinkers, but when we, and to some degree that's true, when we looked at, when Mike, excuse me, looked at the chemists with these figures, exactly the same as regular Northwestern undergraduate students. They use the same process because these figures have no meaning to anyone. These figures on the left have a lot of meaning to chemists, but not to introductory psychology students. So this is suggesting why spatial ability might matter at the beginning, but matter less as you become expert in your field. The nature of the decision process changes. The same thing, by the way, happens in chess. As you become an expert chess player, you are able to embed patterns of attack in sort of whole streams of activity. This is the defense against this attack, and you think less about particular spatial patterns between pieces, and therefore spatial ability as measured by the standard test becomes less predictive. So what I'm saying in this first part of my talk is, as you become an expert, this sort of raw spatial ability as measured by psychometric tests actually becomes less predictive. And We can talk about whether that would be true in all disciplines, but importantly, this is going to open up an opportunity for when we can make a difference. Okay. Okay. So this is what we have to explain now. I've already demonstrated there is a strong positive correlation between spatial ability and going into a STEM field. But the curious part is that experts don't, it doesn't seem to matter for experts. This seems incongruous. This is a paradox we need to explain. What's going on? And my theory is the second use of the term gatekeeper today. And gatekeepers really matter because they are the things that keep people out. And we want to open those gates up and let more people, and particularly more women, into STEM. So spatial ability is a STEM gatekeeper. Spatial ability matters a great deal early on in STEM learning, but it becomes less important as domain-specific knowledge is acquired. As you become a geologist, as you become a chemist, you learn these as semantic facts and are able to problem solve, at least in relatively simple problems, without thinking spatially. You're learning the knowledge of your field. You avoid spatial transformation when you can. You know, mental rotation is fun to talk about, but it's actually hard and rather slow. You know, it's taking 2 or 3 seconds to do these things in problem-solving time. You know, somebody else just won the Nobel Prize while you're sitting there spinning it around in your head. So it's not the preferred process. It's hard. It takes all of your attention. You really can't think about anything else while you're doing it. So it's much easier to recall a semantic fact than it is to sit there and spin it around in your head. What this means then is that the young undergraduates or late high school students, when they're first learning, they do have to spin everything around in their head because they do not yet have the semantic knowledge. You see what I'm saying? So that means spatial ability is very important in the first phases of learning, but actually becomes less for. And now you get to the gateway idea. Everybody know what a catch-22 is? It's an unresolvable paradox. So spatial ability becomes less predictive as you move through, but you can't get there because of low spatial ability. So is there any place we can find a purchase on this and try to resolve it? Can we open up that gateway? But before I get there, let me ask, I'm not saying spatial ability never matters for experts. I do think at the very highest levels that probably spatial ability starts to matter again. This is not, at least at the time, this was not a semantic fact. This was a new discovery. It has become a semantic fact. I had to memorize all the bonds of the different ways that the proteins and DNA and RNA could form acids, whatever. I became a psychologist. So this is a new insight. Kekulé had a new insight at the time. And those new insights might indeed calculate spatial thinking. But it doesn't mean we should keep everybody out of STEM just because they're not likely to make ground-shaking new discoveries. We can have a lot more people who are competent in STEM, even despite low spatial ability. So what can we do to help? And this argument hopefully opens up some possibilities. And I'm going to give you 2 answers to that. One is what I call spatial training, which is sort of improving the core spatial abilities, like mental rotation. And another is a sort of higher level, more contextually oriented approach where we look at spatial problem solving in context. We try to take science students and make them approach problems and problem solving as spatial in nature. And I'll briefly describe both. So by spatial training, I would mean something like, you know, the most boring one and the one that most people do is simply training people to do these. And you will get better with time and experience. We actually can eliminate the sex difference. It takes about 21 days of constant training to do it, but it can be done. This is really boring, and it's really hard to get people to do it, but some people are able to do it. Fortunately, there are other ways to do it. Yesterday, we heard a lot from Daphne Beverlier about video games. Video games seem to have a strong influence on spatial attention specifically. The amount of spatial information you can attend to at once goes up as you become an expert spatial video game player. But even different experiences like dress design, anything where you have to exercise your spatial ability seems to lead to moderate but important improvements. And as I'll show you in a second, these improvements can transfer. Okay, so this comes from a meta-analysis that I did with several of, including Nora Newcomb, who's the leader of our center. And we looked at, a meta-analysis is a systematic way of putting together the results of many different studies. Even though they're measured on different scales, we can put them together as effect sizes to see how strong the intervention was and did it make a difference. And we did this for over 200 studies, 217 in fact. Importantly, more than half of those were unpublished. Why would you want to include unpublished studies? Well, the answer is that there's very often publication bias. The studies that find the strongest effects are most likely to get published. And this means when you put it together systematically, you could be overrepresenting the effect. So that's why it's very important that we were able to obtain, largely through unpublished dissertations, the unpublished data. So now the results can be summarized quite quickly. Training works, training lasts, and training transfers. Okay, so there you go. Let me explain that a little bit. The mean effect size after taking control groups into account, this is really important. This is above and beyond an active control. So somebody who's doing something, but not something that would be expected to improve spatial ability. And the average effect size is 0.43. That's 0.3 standard deviations. After training, you've improved by 0.43. This is classified as a moderate thing. It's roughly equivalent to 7 or 8 IQ points. Now, it's moderate. Moderate's important and scale that over a lifetime. And just to sort of anchor this, the effect size for aspirin, when we take aspirin to prevent heart attacks, is 0.08. And yet, anybody with any possible danger of having a heart attack, at least in the United States, is taking a baby aspirin every day. And you have to treat literally almost 1,000 people to prevent 1 or 2 heart attacks. But that's worth doing at a population level. This is much stronger than that. So it's not enormous, but it's very carefully controlled, and it could make a big difference. So it's roughly about 7 to 8 IQ points that we've shifted the distribution. Now, the argument for training lasts. Most studies don't study training past 1 or 2 sessions. That's just what they do. They train them and they look. And that's unfortunate because, for this to make an educational difference, it has to last. But about 25% of the studies we analyzed did include some delay. So they measure the effect later. And amongst those, there actually was no significant decline 1 week or even a month later. Now, you should take this with some skepticism because those studies that know they're going to measure delay use more intensive treatment. But it at least shows there is the existence proof, the possibility that we can make training last, and some do. Training transfers. So if I bring you in to do mental rotation and you improve, but you improve on nothing else at all, then that's not educationally relevant. There aren't enough studies that have looked at spatial training to STEM, which is the claim we're making. There's some, and I'm doing some now. But when people looked at transfer to other tasks, for example, mental rotation training to video game playing, they did find these transfer effects, which is very, very important for spatial training to make any difference in STEM. Okay, so what? 0.43, yeah, moderate effect, who cares? Put this into a population context. Remember that I said that engineers had substantially higher spatial ability. Their mean of spatial ability is 1.51 standard deviations above me. That's a big effect. And we didn't reach that. We reached 0.43. So some people have said, well, that's not enough to make anybody an engineer. That's not quite. You have to think in terms of distributions. We are shifting the distribution to the right. So the darker area is before training, and the lighter area is after training. The percentage or proportion of the population that meets the spatial criterion to be an engineer is nearly doubled by a 0.43 intervention. So it could make a big difference at an individual level and by going through a population effect. So it could, in theory, double the number of people who are spatially qualified to be engineers. Now, I said, okay, so the holy grail in this line of research is studies where you do spatial training and then see if it improves STEM. Those are really hard to do. Psychologists aren't so good about doing the long-term longitudinal studies that really would show these effects because we tend to study things that can be done relatively quickly in a laboratory. Fortunately, other like STEM educators have looked at the longer term. One of the problems with many of these studies is the problem of self-selection, that students who are motivated to do better or think they have spatial problems would be more likely to take the training. Cheryl Sorby and her colleagues got around this problem in a very clever way, which is called a regression discontinuity, where she has this course at Michigan Tech, which is sort of a mid-range engineering school. So they want to be engineers, but a lot of the students struggle to become engineers. And so anything that she can do to improve retention is critically important. So for many years, going back into the 90s, she ran a spatial class that was designed to teach spatial thinking in an engineering context. And it did that, it led to more retention, and it also improved calculus scores pretty reliably. So something seemed to be working, but you could never tell if it was a problem of self-selection or not. Maybe those are the people who wanted to get better and they took the class. So Cheryl, very creatively, got the class to be required. So now every engineering student at Michigan Tech has to take this class in their first year. And then we have what's a regression discontinuity, where there is no self-selection, and we look and see, because everyone has to do it, and we compare before that point and after. And we do find a causal effect now, that it actually does lead to improvement in STEM. So this is sort of the holy grail and shows it's possible. We are now doing a more controlled experiment. I'm working with her, just got a grant to do a randomized control trial of her intervention in 53 schools if they all stay in and across several different places in the US, to see if we can, with 8th graders, make a difference not only in their scores, but also in the classes that they choose, in the gender distribution, things like that. Okay, so I've talked to you about this spatial training. And, you know, the mind isn't a muscle. You can't just improve it. It helps to do this, but it's not going to be enough to completely change the world. That would be naive and kind of a magic bullet. It's not a magic bullet. We also want to think about whether and how we can enhance spatial thinking in sort of real-world contexts. I think we need both approaches, this bottom-up, trained of raw core ability, and this more top-down, where we think about scientific and engineering problem-solving and try to put it into a context where spatial thinking becomes important. So students of today will face like the climate change. This example, does anybody know what this is illustrating? This is the first recorded hurricane, if I understand it correctly, to hit Brazil. I think it was 2003 or 2004, which is, what? Catarina, yeah, exactly. Which is a horrible harbinger of climate change. You know, this cold water out here, it shouldn't be happening, but it does. And so, you know, these are the kinds of problems that our students will have to face as the climate continues to change, and they're very spatial in nature. What is the distribution and pattern of the ocean currents and wind currents and sun, and how is that affected by the distribution of ozone, and all these things are all, you know, spatial questions. In the United States, at least, there's a lot of emphasis on science education reform. That one of the theories that the reason that students don't really like science is that we've made it a bunch of disconnected facts, and you have to memorize, and we lose the joy of the process. You know, science can be fun. It's a sort of disciplined fun. It's not fun every minute, but making a scientific discovery, testing a hypothesis, and seeing it through is really quite engaging in a sort of natural curiosity sense. And so educational practice now tries to emphasize, at least in 11 states, the science as practice, that you should be able to do these kinds of things. Interpreting data, creating models of it is something that you need to do across different domains of science. And we don't have to build these silos between chemistry and physics and biology, because they have these common characteristics. This is just good science. Now, what my colleague Bob Colbert and I are doing are trying to take a spatial approach to making this happen. And so Bob has created the geospatial semester, which is an intensive spatial problem-solving course in a high school, in many high schools now in Virginia. And we're doing research now to see not only is it effective, but we've partnered with the neuroscience to see if it changes how the brain processes spatial information. And we're optimistic that we'll be able to find that through fMRI studies. Okay. So the main technology that we use here is something called Geographic Information Systems, or GIS. And the critical thing about this is layering of different levels of information. And a recent analogy I think kind of helps. How many people have different electronic calendars? Perhaps you have your social calendar, your work calendar, your church calendar, you know, and then you combine them together. Maybe, well, anyways, you know, in fact, you can't. So those are each layers. They're looking at layers of time. And by analogy, GIS does the same with space. It creates layered representations of data of interest. So when you're solving a problem, you want to look at different kinds of data, look at it in multiple different ways, and doing it spatially allows for patterns to emerge, and you can see the important distributions. So for example, the classic example is, where would you put the next Starbucks coffee? I have not seen many in Brazil. They are everywhere in the United States. In fact, that question is now meaningless. We don't need any more Starbucks. So I would put the next one in hell if I had a choice. But 10 to 15 years ago, sorry, Seattle. Ooh, that was bad. It started in Seattle, Microsoft and Starbucks, and lots of other wonderful things. But if you were trying to find where to put the next Starbucks, you might want to think like, what's the distribution of income? What's the distribution of parking? What's the distribution of land parcels? It's a marketing decision. It's a scientific and engineering decision. Now, to give you an example of whether this course is effective and how it changes students' thinking, I want to give you demonstrations of their final projects. Yes, these are cherry-picked. These are some of the very best, but many of them are very good. So this is a quite recent one, completed in May of this year, where the student asked the question, how can we make internet available in areas like maybe the Amazon or Africa where the infrastructure is not there to support it? And Google and many other companies are experimenting with some sort of airborne wireless system. Some have said do it with drones. Some have said do it with balloons. This sounds like Jules Verne science fiction, but actually it's not very far away. This will be a way to bring the internet to people who don't have it now. And this student said, well, where do we start? What's the best place? And he took sort of like an engineering and almost a business perspective on this. If we're going to make this investment, where's the best place in Africa to do it? So he looked at some data on where the internet has penetrated. Then he looked at political instability. You can't have these things flying around if they're in a no-fly zone. For example, in some of these countries have no-fly zones where there can be no airplanes unless the government has authorized it. So that's not a good place to put flying drones. So that's another kind of data that he's visualized. And then, you know, it does affect mathematical reasoning. He came up with a formula that took into account political instability, need, and access, and things like that. And based on that, he identified Namibia and Botswana as the two best places to start. Based on all of these factors, what I'm trying to illustrate here, it's not a one-dimensional decision. This is real-world problem solving with multiple constraints. And patterns and distributions are critically important. So these two are the places to start. And then he went about the physics of trying to decide the patterns of how these things should fly over. Basically, Google take this plan and just implement it. He's done a lot. I hope he gets compensated because he did a lot of really good work. Here's another one, sort of a more rural example. This is from a rural high school in Virginia near Shenandoah National Park. And one of the problems they have is the Shenandoah National Park it's not populated, but it's not isolated. There are many houses that line up right against the border of the park. And so the animals, such as the bears here, can come into people's backyards. And that's not good for the bear, and it's not good for the people. This is something we are motivated to prevent. So, you know, the park rangers would just take them back up and dump them out and say, please don't come back. But that didn't work so well because there are many constraints. This is one of those real-world problems. A bear is a large animal. You can't just put it into your Toyota and go up into the mountains and dump them all. On the other hand, if you get a truck that's big enough, then you need a road that can accommodate that truck. And this is a national park with this great emphasis on preservation. So you really have to think about these multiple constraints. And based on all this kind of data, road distribution, bear incident distribution, elevation, things like that, he came up with target zones in the central and southern zones to say that these are the best areas, given all these constraints, to put the bears back. And again, it's illustrating at a very local level this time the kinds of problems that involve multiple distributions and constraints and real-world problem solving. And the National Park Service has adopted some of his recommendations because he didn't have the tools to think about it quite this way. So he's actually changed how he's approaching the problem. Okay, so we did a more systematic study of whether and how this course is making a difference. So we looked at their final projects, but we also asked them the training transfer questions. That does it change not only the final project that they did, but their approach to a new problem. So here's one transfer problem. If you were running a campaign for local political office, how would you go about running your campaign? This is not inherently spatial. It could be spatial, but it doesn't have to be. And I'll give you 2 examples of students solving it in a spatial and non-spatial way. I want you to listen to what he says, but also watch his gestures. This is interesting. I used my own computer so that this wouldn't happen. Well, I do have his transcript. That is bizarre. Okay, so he moves his hands and he makes maps and he says, first I would use probably something GIS related to find an area that would probably maybe suit like my platform. Like, say I was for gay marriage, which is now just last week legal in all 50 states. It was not at the time, so that would have been something he would have to campaign for. So I'd like to do a map. So he's thinking about representation, he's thinking about data, and he's thinking about plotting it. And as you listen and watch, you can see several of these scientific and engineering practices coming through. He's seeing this as something that requires data, that requires that he represent data, that he think about the most relevant points. And so it's definitely a spatial problem. This will puzzle me for months to come. Why this is, I didn't intentionally pick their genders here. Women can do very well in this too, but in this particular case, it's not that she doesn't do well, but she doesn't see this problem as spatial. She says, I would seek the support and both the sort of political support and financial support of local businesses. And she gives very good reasons for that. Not just because of money, but because they're sort of points of contact for people. And you reach different people. Everyone, has to go to the grocery store, things like that. So she makes a very good case, but she doesn't think about mapping the relations at all. She was in our comparison group. Let me give one more final bit of data that I think is really showing that this is working. And it's based on a really simple assumption, starting with James Pennebaker, which is that what people talk about, and more specifically the words they use, is a pretty good approximation of what they're thinking. Like, duh, but it actually, in psychology, we sort of fought that for a long time in behaviorism. And so this would turn out to be pretty interesting. And he did this with a clinical psychologist. He collected a lot of diaries of people in therapy. And he noticed that there were these changes that were predictive of whether they're getting better. If you start mentioning happy and joy and things like that, you can just count those kind of happy words. And it correlates about 0.7 with the clinician's rating of your improvement. And we used a similar technique for analyzing spatial words. So as we're listening to people explain how they would solve these different problems, we code the number of spatial words that they use, and counting each one just once. So you can't just say right, 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 left, 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 and get a whole lot of credit. These are unique parts of the explanation. So our claim here is that they're thinking more spatially, and we think that this change in how they describe things is evidence for that. So let me wrap up. Spatial ability matters for STEM, but perhaps not for the reasons typically assumed. It matters more at the beginning. And that means we can do something about it. And we also know from the meta-analysis that spatial ability is moderately malleable. And there are things we can do. And we need to also think about doing it in context. So thanks to NSF, Bob Colbert, and many other people. And thank you. It worked last night at 12 o'clock.
Okay. I see you're good with time.
Well, I rushed.
I would like to invite Maria Guimarães to coordinate the discussion on the second part.
Sit down.
Com 15
He's here to somebody. Okay, I like to give him over.
Anyone have any questions, or it's lunchtime?
Questions?
Oh, there's one of the. Sorry, Andy.
Yeah. No. Okay. No.
Just very quick question. In your studies, did you ever study how blind people think special? How is the spatial thinking of blind people?
Did we ever study blind? I have not, but it's a very interesting question. Some people, Barbara Landau has this. There's actually a really interesting debate, and it gets to these really fundamental core issues in developmental psychology about how much are we open to experience and what are we born with. So some people claim that we're born with the basic ability to form cognitive maps, and it doesn't depend on visual experience, that it can be formed through other kinds of tactile experiences. And Landau, many years ago, showed that a blind child could use a map to find a hidden toy. Other people have said that on average this is not, there definitely are deficits, and it's not as easy for blind people, but certainly we can do a lot to facilitate it. And there have been very creative uses of alternate sensations. So like with this GPS and GIS, some of the geographers at University of California, Santa Barbara created a system where the buildings on campus call out their names to you with increasing volume as you approach it, you know, like Park Hall, Park Hall, Park Hall, Sims Hall, Sims Hall. And people were actually able to form an orientation based upon that. So this is an area of open controversy. As far as scientific, a second, more general equitable access issue is making these kinds of experience available for those who have sort of different sensory repertoires. There is, in fact, another Science of Learning Center, not for the blind, but for that's specifically devoted to the deaf, and bringing these new technologies, and we should not restrict anyone to the advantages that we have. So I'm not giving you a yes or no answer. It's a really core question. It gets to the very heart of some developmental psychology issues. I don't know.
Anyone? Yeah, go ahead.
So is it a stereotype that women are not very good at spatially thinking?
Very, very, very good question. Okay. I'm trying. Yeah, I know. I'm thinking.
Yeah, I'm right behind.
Okay.
Beside you.
Going all the way back to '74, Jacqueline, who was it? Eleanor Maccabee and Jacqueline did this sort of informal meta-analysis of all the research on sex differences. And this mental rotation of three-dimensional figures was one of four where there was a pretty reliable, stable sex difference. So
It does.
Well, it actually has been demonstrated as far now, all the way back to infancy. So this one may be, now I should say on many other measures, women exceed. It's not just all spatial measures either. So this mental transformation, men excel. But if we look at memory for patterns laid out on a table, like if I put a whole bunch of junk, this is why, thank God I'm married to a woman, although, you know, it's okay to be married to a man. I always have to ask my wife where I put something, and she has like a very visual memory of the details of it. So there do seem to be some sex difference, but it's not as simple as who's good and who's bad. And second, and this is going back to Larry Summers, the now former president of Harvard, and also the former advisor to Obama, but he's a lot of former things. He basically was saying that biological differences in spatial ability could account for the differences in gender representation in science. And the difference is nowhere that big, and there's so many other kinds of factors. And so it may not be totally a stereotype, but it may not matter very much. You can reduce the sex difference substantially, but I think things that matter are much more like interest and engagement, and those are the real reasons why women don't go into STEM, not cognitive abilities. boys are at risk cognitively from the start. I mean, they do worse at almost everything else. I don't know why we focus on turning blocks over your head. Like reading is a tremendous advantage for girls. That never gets mentioned.
Can I just ask something?
Yes.
Following it? Is that true for several countries? Because, for instance, in the PISA test, most countries, the boys go better than the girls in math. But in some countries, it's the opposite.
Oh,
We
yeah.
heard about Singapore. You mentioned that. That is shown in the PISA. Also, I was talking to you earlier that the socioeconomic status also, that changes, the gap changes. With
Yes.
the low level of SES, this gap doesn't appear.
So that's another.
So how
yeah.
to explain that?
This is a fascinating finding that the so-called traditional male advantage does not appear in low SES environments. And that gets into this fascinating interaction between biology, broadly construed, and environment. So that's one thing. I think that in the United States, and correct me if I'm wrong, but girls do better in math at least to 8th grade and possibly now all the way through high school. It's generally speaking, girls do pretty well at most academic subjects relative to boys. It's more executive control problems and things like that. So,
Not in the PISA, they did the worst. In the U.S.
In the U.S.,
right?
girls did worse. I didn't.
There's a difference between the grades they receive
Yeah.
in response to the standardized tests. So the girls definitely get higher grades than boys. We all can understand why teachers would rather teach cooperative students than boys who are acting out.
Yeah, but it's also an existence proof that these so-called biological differences don't have to play out in something. The grades matter, not how you did on a test. I think. Yeah. I mean, a psychometric test.
Anyone else?
Thank you. Oh,
No?
and
Oh, yeah.
Wondering about, you have experience in designing games for what's the youngest age that you're doing? I mean, do you
yeah. No. Yes. I'm not, but there are actually. Is it Alejandro? What he was talking about at the very end there, where we had the solid objects and the tablet. There is other work like that. There's a game called Tigly, where you can anticipate spatial arrangements and it's sort of interacting between blocks and cubes and the screen. And I think for younger kids, that's going to be absolutely critical. And that point you made about not knowing real physics is just blowing me away. That's really. So there are some people going back at least to 4. It's on my agenda of one of the things I want to do, but that would be definitely a room for collaboration because I personally don't have the technological skills. I've been working with Apple a little bit, but Apple has extremely restrictive ways to write software, and it's hard to make it work. And you have to, don't start with iPad is my advice to you, unless you're a really good Apple certified programmer. You should go to Seattle instead of Cupertino, California.
Okay, can I just borrow your computer? I want to project our website. Just a short sales pitch. These people are here today, the researchers that spoke, because they came to our symposium we organized that happened the day before and on Sunday. That was a satellite event to the IBROMIDI, International Brain Research Organization. So the symposium was a Science for Education symposium. And this symposium was organized, I just want to let you know about this network we are organizing in Brazil of scientists whose work are somehow related to learning and education. So this is the national...
Chrome wants to take over my
National Science for Education Network. So the idea, we just launched our website last Saturday, so there's not a lot of things there, but pretty soon we're going to have the videos from the lectures that were given at the symposium the 2 days before, and many other materials that might be interesting to teachers and people working at schools or scientists who are interested in maybe converging to that area, exciting area of research.
It's in Portuguese.
For now, it's in Portuguese.
Yeah.
That's okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oops. Too many W's.
Thank you all for everything. Thank you. I love being here. Learned a lot. I love fun.
That's good. Oops. How do I make this disappear?
Make what disappear?
This side
Oh,
of it.
I haven't figured that out yet.
Okay. So, yeah, there's the website, cienciaparaeducação.org. So I will welcome you to look at the page and see what's going on that. Okay. Sorry.
Please feel free to write to me if anyone. They have our emails. You can get to their email.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Lunchtime?
We have the last presentation. We have the privilege to have today with us Professor Manuel Palacios da Cunha Mello. He's the National Secretary for Basic Education. He will deliver his talk in Portuguese. Então, eu tenho a satisfação de chamar o professor Palacios para se dirigir na plateia. Ele vai fazer um pouco vai apresentar o grupo, a perspectiva do MEC, ou seja, como que o MEC está lidando com essa temática que está aqui sendo debatida hoje.
Bom dia. Agradeço o convite para participar desse seminário. E o tema que pretendo tratar tem uma relação um pouco indireta como o objeto do seminário, das palestras que até aqui eu pude assistir. O tema que me traz é a construção da Base Nacional Comum Curricular, que, claro, terá alguma contribuição a dar às questões que foram tratadas aqui, mas é uma relação indireta, não é uma relação tão direta com esses temas. E, acima de tudo, a minha presença aqui hoje é um convite para que a academia se engaje fortemente nesse debate e que traga a sua contribuição para a construção dessa referência curricular nacional que queremos ver aprovada até meados do ano que vem. A construção dessa base nacional curricular, que começamos a trabalhar de forma mais intensa, digamos que desde março, apesar de que as atividades antecedem de muito a esse marco, é interessante dizer para vocês o tipo de dificuldade que se encontra. A primeira grande dificuldade é um imenso ceticismo. Por diferentes razões, as pessoas acham que o empreendimento tende a não ser bem-sucedido. Ou, se chegar ao final, não corresponderá às expectativas que têm a respeito do assunto. Se as pessoas são críticas a uma base muito detalhada e que ingesse, né, as atividades de ensino, que obrigue a escola e os municípios a um cumprimento muito estreito de normas curriculares, acham que esse será o resultado. Se, ao contrário, tem a perspectiva de que é muito ruim uma base genérica que não informe as atividades de professores, também vem esse resultado como uma possibilidade. Na verdade, não há uma expectativa definida com relação ao resultado. O que as pessoas acham é que não será o resultado que julgam interessante. E, com isso, há uma predisposição a não se engajar no debate, a não se engajar em um processo que busque o entendimento a respeito do que seria essa referência curricular nacional. É muito interessante, não importa a orientação educacional ou política do interlocutor, ele acha que o resultado não vai atender às suas expectativas. E com isso você tem uma imensa dificuldade de colocar o debate em andamento. Que decidimos no Ministério da Educação, em algum momento no início desse ano? Arriscar. Arriscar a elaboração de uma proposta preliminar de base nacional comum curricular para colocar em debate em todo o país. É um risco, porque, de fato, aqueles que são céticos não são céticos apenas por gosto. De fato, há muitos obstáculos no caminho da construção de uma boa referência curricular no país. E esse caminho que decidimos trilhar, ele, em primeiro lugar, teve que dar conta de algumas condições de contorno, né? Primeiro tema óbvio é que uma base nacional curricular é um acordo entre entes federados. Estados e municípios, muitas vezes, dispõem de normas curriculares. Então, era preciso trabalhar com essa referência inicial. São Paulo, Rio, Minas, enfim, a maior parte dos estados brasileiros, ao menos para as principais áreas do conhecimento, dispõem de referências curriculares. Um segundo ponto importante, que também se enquadram nesse tema das condições de contorno, é de que havíamos de colocar em diálogo dois profissionais com trajetórias e experiências muito diferentes, dois tipos de profissional. O professor que atua na educação básica, os gestores da educação básica, que têm uma experiência muito diferente de pesquisadores e professores universitários que lidam com os temas relacionados à educação e, em termos mais gerais, à pesquisa na área do ensino. Universidade e escolas são próximas só no papel, né? Porque o diálogo entre elas nem sempre é muito fecundo. Mas era preciso aproximar esses dois personagens. Um terceiro ponto a considerar é o prazo. É claro que muitas leis não são cumpridas e os dispositivos legais são esquecidos, mas há uma lei, que é o Plano Nacional de Educação, que estabelece o prazo de junho de 2016 para que uma proposta seja encaminhada à apreciação do Conselho Nacional de Educação e se transforme em base nacional comum curricular. Não é preciso lembrar que a ideia de uma base nacional comum curricular está presente, ao menos, há mais de 25 anos, é uma exigência legal, né? E até aqui nunca foi devidamente cumprida, né? Bom, dito isso, o que resolvemos fazer? Elaborar uma proposta. Para isso, criamos comissões para redigir, né, uma proposta em que dividimos os grupos entre, grosso modo, metade profissionais originários da universidade, metade profissionais originários das secretarias de educação e professores em atividade. Na referência inicial do trabalho, dos currículos adotados por estados e municípios, e uma organização que, no final, trabalhe pelas 4 grandes áreas do conhecimento estabelecidas pelas diretrizes curriculares nacionais: ciências da natureza, ciências humanas, linguagens e matemática. E aí cabe também um parêntese. Trata-se de redigir uma proposta de base nacional comum curricular, não de refazer toda a legislação e todas as normas da educação. Então, as diretrizes curriculares estabelecem os componentes curriculares. Filosofia, sociologia, história e geografia são componentes curriculares da área de ciências humanas. No caso, filosofia e sociologia até foram objetos de lei federal. Bom, essas comissões foram instituídas no último dia 17, começaram o seu trabalho e acreditamos que teremos condições de, no final de agosto, dar a público uma proposta preliminar para fins de discussão. E como pensamos em organizar essa discussão? Um dos procedimentos que queremos colocar em cena é uma discussão organizada com as sociedades científicas, com as associações profissionais que atuam ou diretamente na área de ensino ou dispõem de departamentos ou divisões dedicadas aos temas da educação básica. A Sociedade Brasileira de Física tem uma área dedicada à educação básica, a área de matemática tem uma sociedade específica, mas a Sociedade Brasileira de Matemática também atua na área da educação básica. Enfim, cada uma dessas organizações ou dispõe de um departamento especializado ou ela própria tem uma atividade bastante concentrada na educação básica. E solicitamos aqui que cada uma dessas organizações reúna um grupo de especialistas que, de forma sistemática, discuta a proposta que está em pauta. É claro que o foco tenderá a ser a área do conhecimento a qual se dedica, mas, evidentemente, vai ter um olhar mais largo para toda a construção da base. A ideia é de que essas associações elas não nos respondam apenas com observações fragmentárias, mas que apresentem uma proposta estruturada e documentada do que pensam a respeito do assunto e que sugestões fazem. O MEC tem que elaborar uma proposta e encaminhar ao Conselho Nacional de Educação. O que será encaminhado ao Conselho Nacional de Educação é uma proposta final do MEC e a história dessa discussão, com todos os documentos que foram elaborados pelas organizações científicas, pelas sociedades profissionais, para que possa ser levado em consideração pelo Conselho, não só a proposta, mas a história da elaboração dessa proposta. É claro que o nosso otimismo, ele supõe alguma capacidade de convergência entre todos esses atores, e de que não se dará a maldição que tantos afirmam inevitável. Todo mundo quer colocar mais um assunto no currículo e, portanto, teremos a multiplicação de temas, competências, enfim, todos os objetivos de aprendizagem que integram o currículo. Eu tenho a expectativa de que, ao contrário, nós seremos capazes de conduzir um debate em que todos serão guiados pela meta da economia de meios para a realização de finalidades educacionais, ou seja, em vez da multiplicação de objetivos, nós teremos uma síntese bastante interessante a respeito do assunto. Mas, como eu dizia, o primeiro procedimento é esse, que mobiliza as organizações especializadas e, eventualmente, as organizações da sociedade civil, cuja temática, mesmo que não sejam dedicadas à educação, tenham a conexão com as propostas da base. Por exemplo, a Associação de Educação Financeira trabalha com um tema específico, a educação financeira, que não é um componente curricular, mas deve estar presente de alguma forma na discussão, na proposta do currículo nacional. Uma segunda linha de debate, obviamente, é aquela que deve ser conduzida nas secretarias de educação, com as equipes que cuidam de coordenação pedagógica, de elaboração curricular e que trabalham com os professores. Então, a proposta que combinamos com o Conselho Nacional de Secretários de Educação é de que em cada regional do país se reúnam professores das diferentes áreas de especialidade para discutir e depois os estados produzirem um documento com as alternativas e críticas que julguem pertinentes. Então, em todas as regionais, temos a intenção de reunir professores da área de ciências da natureza, ciências humanas, linguagens e matemática para discutir a proposta de base nacional comum curricular. E, por fim, essas são as formas, digamos, estruturadas de participação em debate. E há as formas mais abertas, né, por meio de ferramentas na internet, que é a ideia de que a gente também abra um espaço de discussão mais franqueado, inclusive para a participação de estudantes. Bom, esse é o procedimento, esse é o processo. Depois disso tudo, temos que fazer a famosa revisão e buscar a apresentação de uma proposta final consistente, acatando, eventualmente, algumas das sugestões e rejeitando outras. E todo esse material será entregue ao Conselho Nacional de Educação para que, enfim, delibere. Dentre os tópicos de otimismo, há essa hipótese de que seremos capazes de elaborar essa proposta para todos os componentes curriculares, para todas as áreas do conhecimento. Mas nada nos obriga a começar essa discussão ao mesmo tempo em todas as áreas. Eu acho mais provável de que temos condições de colocar mais cedo em debate uma proposta para a área de linguagens e matemática, e é mais provável que se demore a chegar a uma solução em ciências humanas, porque as ciências da natureza até aqui têm andado bastante bem. Eu acho que a academia devia organizar um grupo, ou grupos, já que aqui nós temos cientistas de todas as áreas, para discutir essa proposta. As outras sociedades também serão solicitadas a participar desse esforço. Nós tivemos no SBPC, convidamos para essa ocasião as associações da área de matemática e ciências da natureza, e agora vamos fazer na UFMG um encontro com as ciências humanas e a área de linguagens. O tema da tecnologia, para trazer uma discussão que está ocupando vocês ao longo desse seminário, é um tema com uma presença muito escassa nas discussões curriculares. Portanto, esse pode ser até um tema que vocês, esse grupo, enfim, essa rede que foi hoje aqui anunciada, talvez possa se interessar, porque não falo da educação tecnológica como especialização profissional, falo do ensino de tecnologia como parte das propostas de educação básica regular. É um tema que tem uma entrada até aqui bastante modesta e poderia ser, eventualmente, ampliada. Então, além do relato do que estamos fazendo e da forma de participação que julgamos oportuna, queria apresentar algumas questões que merecem atenção especial, porque são as que me parecem as mais controversas. Apesar de todo mundo ter uma certa reticência em dar o primeiro passo para entrar nesse debate, porque acham que ele não vai dar certo, depois que entram, começam a surgir as diferenças reais, né? E eu acho que há, pelo menos, dois grandes temas que devem ser objeto de controvérsia e de resolução negociada. Um é como se criam possibilidades de diferenciação no ensino médio, diferenciação de percurso formativo, alternativas, alguma possibilidade de escolha para escolas ou estudantes, se for o caso, para a conclusão do seu itinerário no ensino médio. Esse é um ponto. Não estou aqui especialmente focalizando as questões associadas à integração entre ensino regular e educação profissional. Estou falando de escolhas no próprio ensino regular, em que você, estudante ou escola, possa escolher determinados temas como prioritários em detrimento de outros. Não necessariamente a escolha entre componentes curriculares, ao modo do antigo científico, da época que eu estudei, que você estudava ciências e não estudava letras. Mas, dentro da física, você ser possível escolhas, enfatizar um tema em detrimento de outro, e com isso realizando o que muitos defendem como sendo um caminho mais fecundo, qual seja o de aprofundar os estudos numa área, conhecendo mais detalhes sobre a produção do conhecimento científico do que se estendendo de forma panorâmica para outros assuntos. Esse não é um tema de resolução fácil, entre outras razões, porque nós temos um exame nacional do ensino médio. E esse exame nacional, ele é uma realidade que eu acho que o país se encantou com a ideia de ter um exame no final do ensino médio. Ele precisa mudar para acompanhar a proposta que eventualmente for aprovada pelo Conselho Nacional de Educação. O certo, como se sabe, é que a avaliação acompanha o currículo, e não ao contrário, né? Mas é claro que a avaliação é um poderoso indutor, né, do ensino. Mas isso nos traz uma questão. Toda proposta de diferenciação no ensino regular deve ser capaz de encontrar abrigo nas propostas de avaliação. Então, elas devem ser, de alguma forma, padronizadas ou codificadas para que possam encontrar tradução nos exames nacionais brasileiros, especialmente do Enem, que é o caso no final do ensino médio. Então, se o estudante puder escolher um tema em detrimento de outro, essa escolha deve estar presente no exame que ele faz ao final do curso, porque, afinal, ele concorre às vagas na educação superior, serve para outras finalidades o Exame Nacional do Ensino Médio, e as escolhas que o estudante fizer, elas não podem ter efeito negativo nas probabilidades de ter êxito na realização, enfim, dos seus projetos, né? Então, essa questão da diferenciação de percursos, ainda sem trazer a questão da formação profissional de nível médio, é uma questão de difícil solução, especialmente se ela deve ser padronizada, se ela deve ser formalizada na proposta de base nacional comum. Ou seja, quais são as escolhas admissíveis, quais são as escolhas possíveis. É claro que a base nacional comum, ela especifica o que pode ser realizado dentro de um determinado limite de tempo. E há uma parte diferenciada do currículo que não está submetida a essas limitações. Mas, de qualquer forma, se há a intenção de diferenciar percursos, esses percursos devem ser propostos. E não é fácil propor percursos diferentes. Esse é um ponto de debate importante. Um segundo ponto de debate importante, em que há controvérsias, e me parece que, de modo geral, esse tema é o que será o mais debatido entre os especialistas que participam da redação da proposta preliminar, é o quão detalhado deve ser uma referência curricular nacional. Se você detalha os objetivos de aprendizagem de modo muito acentuado, muitas vezes isso acaba sendo quase que uma prescrição do que deve ser ensinado em cada momento. Mas, se você também tem uma proposta de referência curricular nacional, que não especifica o suficiente para ser uma orientação clara para todo o sistema de educação básica, permanecemos ainda num cenário em que a orientação é pouco precisa com relação ao que se deseja ao longo da educação básica. Encontrar o justo equilíbrio, o melhor equilíbrio, é um tema realmente difícil. Então, essas duas questões me parecem importantes e estão presentes nesse debate. Há um terceiro tema que talvez seja bom trazer para esse debate, que é a necessidade de construir, na elaboração dos objetivos de aprendizagem, alguma proposta de transversalidade. Não que temas transversais sejam objetos de regulamentação nesta norma curricular, mas eles devem, de alguma maneira, inspirar ou estar presentes por meio de menção a objetivos em diferentes componentes curriculares que, de alguma forma, estão alinhados ao tratamento de um determinado tema. Alguns temas são de presença obrigatória. Há, ao menos, 3 grandes temas que estão presentes em todos os debates. A questão da história da África e da herança da escravidão é um tema obrigatório no currículo da educação básica. A questão dos direitos humanos, a questão do desenvolvimento sustentável. E, evidentemente, há outros temas que não têm a abrangência desses que eu mencionei, mas que devem também encontrar presença na discussão sobre o currículo. Minha intenção aqui hoje é fazer o convite, mobilizar na medida do possível a participação das organizações científicas nesse debate, uma rede que se dedica à ciência aplicada à educação, ela tem o que contribuir, porque os objetivos de aprendizagem são certamente influenciados pelo tipo de pesquisa que essa rede pretende fomentar ou, enfim, contribuir para a organização. Enfim, esses são os temas, estou à disposição para discutir.
Agradecer a presença do professor Palácio, convidar o professor Luiz Gomes para coordenar essa última parte da discussão.
Então, agradeço ao Manuel Palácio a sua apresentação. De fato, ele abriu aqui questões que são polêmicas sobre essa reestruturação do ensino médio, e é evidente que as sociedades científicas, a SBPC, a Academia Brasileira de Ciências, têm muito interesse nessa discussão. É, claro, estaremos juntos nisso, né? Hein? Não, juntos, é claro. Nós já estamos em tantas comissões. Isso. A Helena eu encontro a cada 2 dias, a professora Helena, aqui em comissões variadas, né? Mas é uma discussão muito importante, né? Então, eu vou abrir a palavra. Eu quero antes fazer um preâmbulo, se me permitem, né? Eu até anotei aqui, e que é interessante também para os nossos convidados, porque é algo que foi feito nos Estados Unidos. It's something that happened in the United States in 1983. That was, that was the Reagan government, and the Reagan government formed a committee to analyze the status of education in the United States. It had 18 members from several sectors of society, and after 1 year and a half, they published the report, and the title of the report was characteristically "A Nation at Risk." And what they said, and maybe I'll now say it in Portuguese because I guess you are aware of that, but for the benefit of the public here, it was something like that. Se uma potência estrangeira hostil, if a hostile foreign power, tivesse tentado impor à América o desempenho educacional medíocre que existe hoje em dia, poderíamos muito bem ter encarado esse fato como um ato de guerra, a declaration of war. No entanto, nós mesmos permitimos que essa situação ocorra conosco. However, we allowed this situation to happen in our country. Isso que foi dito nos Estados Unidos se aplica muito bem ao Brasil de hoje, né? Então, é muito salutar que haja uma discussão sobre currículos e uma discussão também que vá além disso. Eu queria ouvir perguntas sobre isso, porque nós temos uma questão importantíssima também relativa à formação dos professores. E aí, Manuel Palácio, eu acho que tem também o MEC pode desempenhar um papel importante, né? Aproveitando essas discussões na formação dos professores, né? Como incentivar a curiosidade das crianças, como colocá-los em contato com essas novas descobertas. Então, vamos ver se nessa realimentação, né, ocorrem sugestões nesse sentido. Helena.
Bom, eu queria agradecer a tua fala, Palácios. Realmente nós vamos ter que sair com ideias. Agora, o que eu queria entender, como é que vocês vão organizar esse currículo? Porque, na verdade, ele deveria ser pré-escola, primeira série, até o ensino médio. Porque se você tem que ser transversal, e o que se espera? Então, a proposta para os primeiros anos é uma. As propostas para os anos finais terá que ser outra. Então, eu vejo flexibilização é uma coisa que vai ter que ser discutido, mas não a flexibilização quando o indivíduo ainda é muito pequeno. E aonde a gente está vendo, que hoje nós discutimos muito, essa parte do STEM, né? Ciência, engenharia, matemática e tecnologias, é que a escola, e isso está acontecendo de forma muito sistemática, está matando no jovem, na criança, a curiosidade. A criança é curiosa. Se você dá uma coisa, ela mexe, ela quer ver, você diz, não, isso é tal coisa que aconteceu, ela vai fazer o experimento, pegar aquela bola, jogar e ver se o ruído é realmente de uma bola e assim por diante. E as escolas estão tirando a curiosidade e aí eu vou ter que concordar com um documento que veio lá do ministro Mangabeira Unger, que a gente está virando enciclopedista. Então, o currículo, nós temos que... Como é que a gente vai limitar e como é que vocês estão pensando em organizar? Porque tudo isso vai ser a maneira como também nós, sociedade civil, vamos poder propor. É para o final, é para o começo, você entendeu? Essa é uma angústia que a gente está tendo dentro da SBPC. Você lembra aquela reunião lá? Não é trivial, cada um tem a sua ideia e seu currículo já pronto. E tem áreas, tem sociedades que dizem que as áreas fim não podem dar palpite do que é currículo. Então, nós temos, não é trivial. Eu queria ouvir de vocês.
Tem a estrutura da base, ela, até certo ponto, acompanha as diretrizes curriculares, que especificam as áreas do conhecimento e os componentes curriculares. As mesmas diretrizes, enfim, estabelecem as etapas e fases da educação básica. Nós vamos propor objetivos de aprendizagem para cada ano da educação básica, incluindo a educação infantil. Então, nós vamos da educação infantil até o ensino médio. É claro que as sequências de desenvolvimento propostas para as etapas da educação básica, elas acabam adquirindo mais peso do que propriamente os objetivos a cada ano. Isso, é claro que a sequência que vai do 6º ao 9º, ela tem um significado próprio, né? E o mais importante é a caracterização de quais são os objetivos de aprendizagem que caracterizam o direito à educação, né? Nessa etapa da escolarização. Mas a especificação será feita por ano. A estrutura, a partir do componente curricular, o nível seguinte é a especificação de unidades de conhecimento, né, ou blocos de conhecimento. O nome que está sendo utilizado provisoriamente é de unidade de conhecimento. Se você olhar outras experiências internacionais, a elaboração de referências curriculares, as mais recentes, você pode ter 1 ou 2 níveis de especificação de temas ou de unidades de conhecimento, a depender da área do conhecimento e do país, né? Até mesmo a especificação de objetivos de aprendizagem, às vezes eles são decompostos em 2 níveis, dependendo do grau de detalhamento que deseja. Então, do ponto de vista do percurso, ela especifica ano a ano. E do ponto de vista da estrutura, do componente curricular, você tem a qualificação dos conhecimentos e depois os objetivos de aprendizagem, que normalmente combinam na sua redação algum processo cognitivo com algum conteúdo.
Professor, agradeço a sua explicação. Estou aqui no fundo. Me parece que é um momento oportuno também para a gente, se é que eu entendi, cada comissão está pensando na sua área de conhecimento. E se a gente continuar insistindo em que há áreas de conhecimentos específicos, nós vamos continuar insistindo na tecla de que quem é interdisciplinar é o aluno e não o conhecimento. Seria uma oportunidade muito grande da gente pensar para além da nossa área do conhecimento, porque aí sim nós teremos, né, pela sua explicação, passará pela sociedade, cada um vai olhar a sua área do conhecimento e não vai continuar não conversando com as outras áreas. E aí o esforço do professor que está lá na sala de aula também vai ser um esforço para poder pensar a sua área de conhecimento, e a escola como um todo vai ter que pensar um projeto que seja interdisciplinar. Me parece que nós temos que aproveitar esse momento e essa oportunidade para quebrar essas barreiras que separam o conhecimento em áreas, e porque nós somos um todo, nós não somos uma parte. completando a fala da professora, se a criança é curiosa, ela é curiosa porque ela vê o universo de maneira interdisciplinar. Ela não vê o universo de maneira segmentada. Se a gente insistir em segmentação, vai ficar muito complicado o diálogo, né, no final da ponta, que é a sala de aula. Como bem o senhor acentuou, a universidade parece que está num lado e a escola parece estar no outro. E quem tem que fazer o esforço é a escola, e a universidade tem que fazer apenas o esforço conteudista. Me permite.
Bom, nós teremos a especificação de componentes curriculares, isso porque as diretrizes curriculares assim estabelecem. E não é nossa intenção rever as diretrizes. Mas a minha percepção é de que isso não é um obstáculo à construção de temas transversais. Em diversas experiências nacionais de currículos, enfim, bem estruturados, o que se encontra é a especificação de objetivos que acompanham, enfim, a matemática continua lá, enfim, a história, a geografia. Agora, o que há um esforço na especificação dos objetivos para que esses objetivos tragam à luz temas relevantes e que comportem um tratamento transversal. Então, muitas vezes surge nessas construções curriculares uma segunda dimensão em que temas são associados a diferentes objetivos curriculares que pertencem a um determinado componente. Então, você pode ter um tema em que há a sugestão de que ele seja tratado no processo de trabalho com o estudante de diferentes componentes curriculares. Então, isso, muitas vezes, o problema da interdisciplinaridade é tratado em propostas curriculares dessa forma, né? Especificando que conjuntos de objetivos de aprendizagem podem ser simultaneamente desenvolvidos pelo tratamento de um determinado tema que comporta uma abordagem a partir de diferentes componentes curriculares. Ou seja, a estrutura que está se trabalhando, ela não só obedece às diretrizes curriculares, mas ela também não é muito diferente do que se encontra por toda parte. Você vai continuar tendo a especificação de objetivos na física, na química e na biologia. O que deve haver da nossa parte é um tratamento dos objetivos de aprendizagem que não seja disciplinar no sentido, digamos, negativo, ou seja, que está tão contido na própria história da construção daquela disciplina que é incapaz de dialogar com as outras disciplinas no tratamento de temas concretos de interesse, enfim, para a educação básica. Então, eu acho que um dos principais esforços que as associações profissionais e científicas podem fazer e contribuir para isso é fazer com que o resultado final ele seja exemplar da possibilidade de tratamento transversal de vários temas, né? Da física, da química e da biologia em conjunto, tratando alguns temas que sejam relevantes. Os objetivos de aprendizagem em diferentes contextos nacionais, eles são mais ou menos voltados ao tratamento de questões importantes da atualidade que mobilizam o interesse, por exemplo, dos jovens que estão fazendo o ensino médio de 15, 16 anos, enfim. Não é fácil essa solução, esse é um tema muito difícil. Essa segunda dimensão transversal, ela tem que estar presente na especificação dos objetivos de cada componente curricular, de modo que esse tratamento seja favorecido, né? A Base Nacional Comum Curricular ela vai especificar apenas objetivos de aprendizagem, portanto, o que pode e deve ser ensinado e aprendido. Não vamos trabalhar com a especificação de estratégias de ensino, entendendo de que vivemos nós temos um sistema educacional federativo com autonomias asseguradas e que, portanto, estados e municípios e escolas devem trabalhar com autonomias na especificação de como vão realizar os seus objetivos. Então, além de uma parte diferenciada do currículo, que é prevista em lei, há a intenção de que a União não participe da discussão da especificação de estratégias de ensino ou o como, né, ensinar. O que não quer dizer que a Base Nacional Comum não coloque em cena, na sequência, um debate forte sobre formação de professores, que é um tema pouco mencionado, né? Que essa, sim, eu acho que é uma responsabilidade da União, intransferível para estados e municípios, porque a União é responsável principal pelo sistema federal de educação e pelas instituições de ensino superior, já que a maior parte delas pertence ao sistema federal de educação. E é claro que a existência de uma referência curricular de boa qualidade vai ajudar bastante a reflexão sobre a formação de professores no país.
Secretário, boa tarde, né? Minha pergunta está um pouco focada no assunto que a gente discutiu hoje de manhã, da importância da educação científica, e o senhor mencionou na sua fala temas como direitos humanos, desenvolvimento sustentável, como temas prioritários. Considerando a importância da educação científica como um vetor do desenvolvimento socioeconômico, quando a gente acaba qualificando e motivando alunos a no futuro poderem se tornar cientistas, físicos, químicos, engenheiros, para tocar o desenvolvimento socioeconômico do país. Como é que entra essa temática dentro da priorização do Ministério?
Eu fiz menção apenas a 3 temas em que há a intenção de que ele encontre a sua presença em diferentes componentes curriculares, né? Então, é óbvio que a questão dos direitos humanos, ela pode encontrar tratamento na história, pode encontrar tratamento na área de língua portuguesa, enfim, você tem condições de fazer com que esse tema esteja presente em diferentes componentes curriculares. Não pretendi esgotar. Agora, a educação científica, né, ela é um tema que tem que estar presente desde, enfim, os anos iniciais até o final do ensino médio. Nós temos, a essa altura, 5 equipes trabalhando com a redação dos objetivos e da orientação geral para a educação científica. Um para os anos iniciais, outro para os anos finais e para as 3 áreas do conhecimento, para os 3 componentes curriculares das ciências da natureza no ensino médio. E temos alguns, enfim, assessores que estão procurando ajudar nessa tarefa. No caso, nós estamos trabalhando conosco nesse esforço, não sei se, enfim, se é do conhecimento de vocês, mas a professora Maria Eunice lá da USP, o Menezes, que é da USP também, e a professora Edênia, que ela é da Rural de Pernambuco. Eles estão basicamente pilotando um conjunto de 20 pessoas, que são 5 comissões, cada uma tem 4, são 20 pessoas, e eles são os que estão ajudando a discussão a acontecer. Eu acho que o desafio deles não é pequeno, é realmente muito grande, porque não se trata apenas de definir os objetivos de cada componente, mas tentar construir uma abordagem que seja renovadora da área e tratar essa questão dos diferentes percursos, especialmente no ensino médio, quando se abre a possibilidade de percursos alternativos. Eu sou otimista, acho que eles vão chegar a uma boa solução, né? E a solução depois vai ser aprimorada por vocês. Agora, sempre com essa perspectiva de alguma coisa que seja capaz de ser comunicada a professores, ao público em geral, enfim, aos estudantes, que todo mundo tenha informação sobre os objetivos da atividade na qual estão engajados, né? Seja pela família, seja como estudantes, seja como professores, ou seja como formadores de professores.
Professor, meu nome é Daniela, eu faço parte da Rede Nacional de Ciências para a Educação, e o nosso principal objetivo é pegar evidências científicas e levar isso para a sala de aula, seja na metodologia, como é que a gente quer pegar evidências científicas que mostram como as pessoas aprendem, né, e como facilitar isso. Você citou que não vai tocar nessa coisa de como as metodologias são implantadas, mas acredito que se isso fizer parte do currículo de alguma maneira, por exemplo, a gente tem grupos de pesquisa que fazem parte da rede que estudam sono, estudam música, e como isso dentro do currículo pode facilitar a aprendizagem de outras disciplinas, como matemática. Então, acredito que fica muito difícil dissociar como isso é feito do que está dentro do currículo, né? Que isso acaba limitando as ações que são feitas depois aproveito para agradecer o convite da rede fazer parte dessa discussão. Acho que é bastante importante para a gente também.
Não, você tem razão. Ao especificar o que, é claro que você tem uma ideia do como, mas nós vamos aprovar uma norma sobre o que, não sobre o como. O como está presente porque ninguém vai propor que seja ensinado e objeto de aprendizagem um tema que não tenha convicção de que ele é relevante na formação de enfim, de uma criança, de um jovem, né? Então, é claro que essa teoria do conhecimento, essa teoria da educação, ela tem que estar presente na formulação do currículo. Mas se trata de elaborar uma norma, né? E essa norma, ela de alguma maneira, ela se autolimita a tentativa de produzir um entendimento no que diz respeito a objetivos, né? E ainda seria muito difícil obter um entendimento amplo acerca das estratégias mais adequadas. É mais fácil chegarmos a um acordo com relação aos objetivos. E mais uma vez, esse acordo, ele é um acordo essencialmente dos sistemas de ensino, né, que trabalham todo dia, ou seja, das redes de educação básica do país, que tem que se pôr de acordo com relação a uma referência nacional curricular. E espero com o apoio das organizações científicas, né?
Alguma outra pergunta ou comentário, Simão?
Posso fazer?
Ah, sim, tá, por favor.
Professor, recentemente foi divulgado até no jornal de grande circulação no Rio, o Globo, um texto sobre o ministro Mangabeira Unger, até a professora já mencionou, e exatamente o que eu queria saber, o senhor diz que a proposta ela será objeto de discussão nas organizações científicas, organizações civis direcionadas também à educação. Há algum diálogo com outros órgãos do governo que também estão se interessando por esse tema, notadamente a Secretaria de Assuntos Estratégicos, ou isso está muito restrito em termos do governo federal ao MEC?
Olha, a responsabilidade por redigir uma proposta e encaminhar ao Conselho Nacional de Educação é do MEC, né? O que eu acho que a Secretaria de Assuntos Estratégicos busca fazer é fomentar o debate, né? Apesar de que alguns órgãos de imprensa noticiaram a intenção de redigir uma proposta curricular, eu acho que não traduz a realidade, porque não faz muito sentido. Então, o que tem ocorrido é a publicação de alguns textos que, de alguma maneira, estimulam a discussão. A conversa com outros órgãos de governo, ela tende a ficar restrita aos temas de interesse desses outros órgãos. Por exemplo, educação para a saúde. O Ministério da Saúde quer conversar sobre o assunto. Enfim, dessa forma, esporte. Então, esses temas especializados de outros órgãos de governo tende a haver a elaboração de algum tipo de estratégia de troca de informações, de discussão. Cada um desses órgãos tem uma rede também de profissionais, né, que podem contribuir para essa discussão. Mas a Secretaria de Assuntos Estratégicos, ela coloca algumas ideias no debate. Esse artigo foi publicado no Globo, apresenta algumas sugestões também. Mas, enfim, nada que caracterize uma situação de conflito muito acentuado.
Bom, eu acho que eu gostaria de começar comentando que eu participo desse grupo dos céticos do começo que você falou. Eu me senti, você falando diretamente para mim, eu acho que um dos problemas que eu vejo é que nós temos uma série de problemas que tem a ver com as diretrizes curriculares, tem a ver com toda uma estrutura já montada e atitude que eu entendo que é muito pragmática, assim, que eu não vou mexer nesse formato que está aí, eu vou trabalhar a partir dele. Eu não sei se dá para trabalhar a partir dele, porque nós temos uma série de coisas anteriores, por exemplo, uma série de obrigações legais na sociologia e filosofia, a gente pode enumerar uma série de outras coisas, né, que amarram e não dão muita possibilidade. Mas eu acho que essa é uma outra discussão. Eu gostaria de mencionar 2 pontos. A minha expectativa, quando eu vi o debate sobre começar a se falar nisso, da base nacional, eu pensei que se trataria de fazer uma base nacional para os primeiros anos,
nas matérias fundamentais, basicamente linguagem, matemática e talvez um pouco de ciências, um mínimo de ciências sociais, se tanto. Não é? Porque o nosso problema no Brasil fundamental é que as crianças chegam aos 11, 12 anos de idade não sabendo ler e escrever, não sabendo o mínimo de matemática. Não é? Então, eu acho que se a gente conseguisse, pelo menos, garantir essa base, você depois poderia avançar e diferenciar. Eu acho que a pretensão de fazer ao mesmo tempo tudo, eu acho que corre um risco muito grande da gente cair, né, nesse segundo erro que você falou. Você mencionou 2 erros possíveis, né? No erro do excesso do detalhamento, que acaba ficando uma coisa burocrática. Eu acho que esse é um risco maior. Eu gostaria de mencionar também o seguinte: quando você completou essa primeira fase inicial, digamos, os 5, 6 primeiros anos, que é a antiga escola primária, né, você tem 2 tipos de diferenciação. Uma diferenciação que a gente está falando aqui é que você diferencia por temas. Eu gostaria de física, eu gosto de ciências naturais, eu gosto de ciências sociais. Mas tem outra diferenciação que no Brasil é muito importante, que é de nível. Não é? Se a gente olha pelos dados do PISA, pelas avaliações brasileiras, a população é extremamente estratificada em termos do que ela consegue fazer. Como é que os países diferentes lidam com isso? Você cria roteiros diferentes de formação para níveis distintos, ou então você reprova. Não é? A tradição brasileira é assim: não reprovo, ou então eu abaixo o nível para todo mundo. Eu tive há pouco tempo assistindo uma apresentação sobre Singapura, e eu achei muito interessante, porque Singapura tem o melhor sistema de educação do mundo, avaliado pelo PISA. Eles têm 3 ou 4 níveis de título de avaliação que você pode fazer ao final do ensino médio. Se você souber mandarim bem, você faz uma prova. Se você souber mandarim mais ou menos, você faz outra prova. Se você não souber nem mandarim, nem bem, nem mais ou menos, você faz uma terceira prova. Todo mundo completa, cada um completa no seu nível. Eu não sei se esse tipo de consideração está sendo pensado, porque se você criar uma base muito exigente, nacional, detalhada, você vai reprovar 80% da população que não vai ter condição de fazer, ou você vai baixar o nível e vai virar uma burocracia. Por isso é que eu acho que nesse formato atual eu continuo bastante cético.
Bom, só para comentar. Há riscos, é óbvio, né, de alguma parte desse empreendimento não conseguir ser concluída no prazo que nos demos. Mas nada nos obriga a terminar tudo. Ou seja, a intenção é de que a gente consiga colocar uma base nacional comum curricular em cena, mas pode ser que os prazos em todas as áreas do conhecimento não sejam exatamente os mesmos, né? A questão da diferenciação dos itinerários formativos, especialmente no ensino médio, ela deve ser considerada para fins de possibilidade das escolas terem, enfim, diferentes perfis, diferentes possibilidades de formação a oferecer para seus estudantes. A questão dos roteiros alternativos com escolhas precoces, que digamos esse modelo mais europeu, eu acho que isso não está em discussão no momento atual, né? É uma discussão no país, mas não está em discussão na produção da base nacional comum curricular. Esse ajuste às possibilidades de cada estudante, como você disse, ao longo da sua trajetória. Isso não está de fato na nossa agenda. O que está na nossa agenda é a possibilidade de flexibilização curricular para que escolhas possam ser feitas pelos estudantes, mais por afinidades ou por escolhas institucionais do que propriamente por ajuste às potencialidades de cada e às realizações, né, de cada estudante. O grau de detalhamento que a gente vai alcançar na base, ela realmente é um desafio, né? Mas isso só na prática que a gente vai conseguir ver o resultado, né? O primeiro esforço foi superar o veto daqueles que diziam que não devíamos tentar. Isso a gente fez. Principalmente da área da educação, né? Porque muita resistência à ideia de especificação de normas curriculares. Agora há uma aposta de que aqueles que se dedicam às diferentes áreas do ensino sejam capazes de produzir uma proposta de qualidade. Eu reconheço que o ceticismo tem as suas bases. Não é totalmente descabido, mas eu tenho a expectativa de que em linguagens, em matemática, a gente muito rapidamente consiga ter uma proposta de discussão. Em segundo lugar, em ciências da natureza. Eu acho que a maior dificuldade que nós vamos encontrar para chegar a um acordo viável é na área de ciências humanas. Então, enfim. Ainda temos uma quinta área do conhecimento, que é o ensino religioso, que está na legislação brasileira e que tem que ser também objeto de... Enfim. Sim.
Mais alguma questão? Eu acho que nós vamos dar mais uma lá. Então, a última pergunta.
Ok, boa tarde. Na verdade, eu gostaria de tocar num assunto. Meu nome é Juliana, eu sou do Lab Informação da UFRJ. Na verdade, eu gostaria de perguntar, porque o senhor fez uma relação, obviamente, do currículo que vocês estão desenhando, da proposta, com o Exame Nacional do Ensino Médio, né? Então, assim, essa coisa dos exames, né, do currículo ser desenhado e depois ter um exame como indutor do ensino, me preocupou um pouquinho, porque, na verdade, a gente tem esse preparo desde cedo do ensino, né, sendo voltado todo para terminar com uma avaliação que, teoricamente, é um horário complexo terminar, e eu não sei se o objetivo do Exame Nacional é realmente direcionar o ensino. Me corrija se eu estiver errada, por favor, porque muitas escolas têm feito isso, né, direcionado o ensino, independente do currículo que estão seguindo, para o Exame Nacional. Eu acho que, eu não sei, eu queria entender um pouco isso, e me preocupa um pouco isso. E um outro ponto, sobre as habilidades socioemocionais, tem alguma coisa no currículo, competências socioemocionais que vocês vão discutir, pela importância que isso tem tido, né, ultimamente em várias discussões?
Eu devo ter me expressado mal com relação à questão da avaliação. O que me parece correto é que todos os sistemas de avaliação, independente da opinião que cada um tenha sobre sistemas de avaliação ou exames nacionais, eles procurem acompanhar as normas curriculares. O que aconteceu no país, por razões que não importam tanto nesse debate de hoje, é que as avaliações acabaram instituindo um currículo. Se você olhar os objetos do conhecimento que integram a lista do Enem e as competências que estão listadas no Enem, você tem um currículo ali, ainda que muito de construção muito limitada, ele é uma proposta, quase que uma proposta curricular. O que não deve ser assim, evidentemente, você deve ter um currículo e os sistemas de avaliação, os exames, independente de queremos ou não, são duas esferas separadas. O currículo é uma coisa, a avaliação é outra. Agora, se avaliação houver, e eu pessoalmente sou favorável às avaliações, mas a avaliação, se houver, é para observar em que grau as propostas curriculares são executadas, ou avaliar individualmente para algum fim de certificação do estudante, enfim, o que for. Agora, deve ter precedência a norma curricular e não a avaliação. A avaliação acompanha o que o currículo estabelece. Esse é o primeiro ponto. O outro ponto é que, não, as competências socioemocionais não vão participar dessa proposta de base nacional comum, até porque a construção ela acompanha esse desenho que parte dos direitos de aprendizagem, especifica objetivos de aprendizagem. Então, alguns dos temas que estão presentes nesse debate sobre o socioemocional podem fazer parte dos princípios da educação básica, promover colaboração, promover isso ou aquilo, mas a caracterização de objetivos comportamentais está fora do escopo do programa, da base.
Bom, muito bem. Vamos agradecer, então, a presença aqui do secretário de Educação Básica do MEC. Muito obrigado, Manuel Palácio. E nós chegamos ao fim dessa sessão. O professor Jacopares não está aqui, então eu queria, em nome da Academia Brasileira de Ciências, agradecer a presença de nossos visitantes. We thank you for coming here and giving such nice talks and helping us actually to build our understanding on this very important matter. We have this study group here in the Brazilian Academy of Sciences on STEM. This is one more study group of the Brazilian Academy of Science which has actually organized several groups in the past. In 2004, for instance, we produced a document on the reform of higher education, and that was 10 years ago. And we believe that the recommendations there are still very much present, and because many of them have not been fulfilled. But anyway, we still would like to have them fulfilled. And then we had other documents on basic education, child education, which was a document at which had the participation of Nobel laureate, Heckman, who was one of the authors of that document. Has a strong collaboration with Brazilian people here. We had, of course, documents also on the Amazon region, on the water problem in Brazil, and many other kinds of documents. So it's a mission of the Academy to produce proposals for public policy on these things. So thank you very much for being here today. I would like to thank especially Marília Guimarães for having organized this very nice session. And thank also Marcos, who is always present and very... And Gabriela too is also present in this. And I would like to thank the British guest BG for helping us to organize this work, and for actually giving us incentive and moral incentive, and also financial incentive to think and make propositions about this very important matter. So thank you very much for being here today. Thank you.